Welcome back, OPL fans, to day 2 of week 10, the second last day of the OPL for Split number 1 2016. Hello, everyone. I am Jake Spawn Tiberian. Joining me on the desk is Julian Pastry Time Car, as well as Indiana Frosco Black. How you guys doing today?
I'm good. I didn't notice we swapped places, but there you go.
You guys always do this to me. So generally,
Not on purpose.
Generally, the way
I
it
do it on
works is we have like OPL person on the end, no, like new person in the middle.
Guess.
Guess, right? But Frosco doesn't like sitting in the middle generally because she says she has to do these ones with her head, which she like, you know, where do I look?
And then today you're just like, all right.
And then today she just jumps on. And I'm like, well, I've already written the script. That's why it's coming out. It's done. But, yep. Good. Going well. Looking forward to the last week of OPL.
Oh, yeah. Apart from that, everything's actually awesome. Week 10. It's sad to see the OPL come to a close. Excited for playoffs next week. It's just awesome. Good stuff so far.
Yeah, well, we do have some standings to show you guys to see exactly how the split has gone thus far. Legacy is atop the ladder, 8-1, while Sin Gaming is second, 6-3. The Chiefs, your OPL legends, are 6-3, also tied with Sin Gaming, but not having the head-to-head. Direwolves, 5-4, and Vanguard, 4-5. They're the last two teams that can make the playoff run, whilst Hellions are safe from both playoffs and relegations, 3-6. Trident are 3-7, and will be the 7th place seed in this year's first split of the OPL, whilst Infernum will be last place in 8th after a loss to Trident last night. However, guys, let's just take a look at the week's results as we have them right now. Last night it was 2-0 for Trident over Infernum, whilst Legacy will be playing in our first matchup tonight against an Avant, a must-win game for Avant, before Hellions will take on Direwolves in our second match of the doubleheader. Tomorrow night, it will be the Chiefs taking on Sin in our OPL Legend match. That is a huge rematch starting at 7 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. And straight away after the games, we will have the first ever installment of the OPL show where we wrap the season, have lots of fun, and maybe dance with some hand puppets. I don't know. Anything could happen right now. However, guys, let's just get into tonight's matchups. It is going to be Legacy versus Avant. On the blue side, at least for game number 1, it is going to be Legacy. Tally in the top lane, a Carbon, their captain and jungler, Choo Choo's in the mid lane. It's your boy King in AD carry, and Regret their support. This is a team that is just looking so good. One hiccup. That's all they've had so far in this split.
Does he get to be your boy anymore? They finally lost the game. I feel like he's dropped the title for now. Maybe he'll get it back later.
Wow.
I know you're a big fan of it, but I don't know. It's up for consideration. I feel like he's still holding on to it, but your boy King could be under threat.
I feel like Kelvin and I have an understanding of what your belt boy means on this broadcast. So, you know, as the host, I'm just going to keep it. But across the other side of the rift, it is going to be Avant-Garde. Reindeer in the top lane, Shelby their jungler, Triple in the mid lane, Stark their AD carry, and Destiny their support. A revamped Avant-Garde lineup. And I think this is where we want to start. Do or die team, very new players. This is just like a late game push if I've ever seen one, but is it actually going to work?
This is actually like last minute push.
Yeah.
So the issue right now is that you had 2 new carries coming in, Stark and Triple, and they've had great performance. We don't really know where their full potential is, but it's almost too little too late, and this is literally do or die last chance. Even though the Hellions match doesn't matter in terms of the Hellions making it into playoffs, Avant have to win here, and the Hellions have to win their game if they want to stand a chance.
Yeah, it feels like Avant are going to be cheering for Hellions, but they do certainly have a match to worry about before they get to it. For me, it's just such a great story for Avant. They've been super up and down all split long. I have been impressed with the games that they've won, even if their overall record maybe isn't as strong as they would like. But of all the things to have happen to maybe push you into playoffs, yes, they need some luck on their side as well. But Legacy is a fitting final boss, and that's effectively what they have to do tonight. Beat the final boss Legacy, at least with the regular split, and cross their fingers and hope playoffs are around the corner.
All right, well, Legacy has been beaten this season. It has only been once. It was the Chiefs who were able to do it. But is there a recipe there that you can follow? Was that just, like, how did they go about taking that victory, and what do Avant need to replicate?
We've been saying it pretty much all split, that Legacy know how to play the enemy opponent, but they don't know how to play the map. And it's not that they don't know how, because I'm sure they can. They're a high-caliber team, but they haven't shown it. They don't play the map. And so the blueprint there, or the recipe for success, is just playing what we call ideal League of Legends, which is rotation-based, it's map-based, it's structure-focused, as opposed to pick and 5v5 focused.
But isn't that a hard, like, task to send like a team that's been pretty much together for 2.5 weeks now?
That you would say that, but I actually think that teams like Sin, Avant, and there's one other bottom tier team that I'm spacing on right
Trident?
now. I don't think it's Trident. It might be
Inferno?
some of the bottom tier teams have actually shown pretty strong macro play or map play decisions in terms of playing ideal League of Legends. Because again, if you look at Avant lineup, if you look at Sin's lineup, pound for pound, they're weaker players towards the elite standings of the teams. So it makes sense that the only way that they would secure victory would be through macro play.
Exactly. You're not going to outgun them, so you have to outsmart them, right? And I think Avant have actually shown quite a lot of strength in that area. Destiny moving back into support feels like an overall win for the team. Yes, he's a great player. He's shown that in multiple roles this particular OPL split. But I think his shot calling and leadership's come in. Shelby's playing awesome League of Legends, and he's certainly a player that can set tempo and help shot call and perform under clutch moments. Yes, the young players could be a bit tricky, but I think Avant have the tools necessary to lead them to victory here. It's just very difficult.
Yeah, it is going to be very difficult. I want to get your guys' thoughts on how difficult it is. What are your predictions for this game? Do you think that Legacy will bounce back after what was a disappointing week versus the Chiefs, or do you think that Avant can take this game?
I think Avant have been very good at toppling giants, at least for a game, so I actually expect them to win at least one. I do not expect them to win 2, however. I think Legacy are going to take the series 2-1.
See, I'm of the opinion that Avant are about to be the punching bags after the loss that Legacy faced against the Chiefs. I think it's going to be a 2-0, and I think it's going to be a 2-0 in a very dramatic fashion.
Yeah, I actually think that Legacy, even though Avant are the team pushing for the playoff spot, have so much to prove, and I think they are a class outfit. I think they will take this 2-0. However, guys, we get to find out. That's a good part of this show. Here is Atlas and Rusty to take us into Game 1.
Thank you very much, Spawn. What an exciting matchup it is, too, of course. Avant's last chance at trying to make that playoff run. Of course, there are quite a few things that do have to happen in order to facilitate that, but I'm excited to go on the journey tonight because once tonight's over, we will know for sure as to who our 4th place team is going to be, Rusty.
Absolutely right. Of course, Avant are essentially being Mission Impossible right now.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
all Tom Cruise trying to thread the needle on the most impossible feat, and that is firstly beating the #1 team and then hoping the stars align in the second best of 3. But this is where it all starts. Their fate is still in their own hands for this aspect of it.
That being said, I believe, because of course you can go over to oce.lolesports.com and have a look at our predictions, and I predicted that Avant were going to be able to take this series. So I might be an idiot, but I also may just be a dreamer, and we'll see exactly what is going to happen as we are in a champion select, and already some bans have gone down. Fiora and Trundle have been taken away by Legacy, and Gangplank is going to be the one removed by Avant here. So
Yeah.
we'll see how this one is going to
Also,
work.
the standard rain tier ban,
Yeah.
which is something that we've
Yeah,
never
I
seen
wanna
from
see
him.
it.
And I don't think we'll ever see from him because all that anyone knows about him and all we even saw before the first game they played in the OPL was Fiora one trick. That's
Yeah.
all we've ever heard. To this day, still not to see.
By the looks of things in the OPL, he's a Poppy one trick closer to because he's played that champion about 60% of the time. We'll see if he does manage to get his hands back on the champion as Lulu was the final ban. Oh, Triple not going to be playing his Zed this time around. It is going to be removed. Of course, he's played that about 60% of the time as well. Of course, Triple almost managing to catch up to Rect's kill record. He's only 10 behind him whilst being about 30 behind in the deaths. This guy is been basically a straight upgrade there in the mid lane.
Absolutely. Triple is going above and beyond. And honestly, he was hyped by his team. Everyone said that they couldn't wait for Triple to come in. He was there since the start of the split, and he didn't disappoint when he came into this roster. That's the one big thing we could take away from that. The Zed ban from Triple is sort of a surprise given that Choo Choo's plays it to a very high level, but that's a sign of respect.
Yeah, not wanting to actually opt into any potential counter matchups. Of course, Avant, with that final pick, will be able to take the last choice into the mid lane if they would like to. So Choo Choo's just keeping himself safe as Tally is going to cycle through some champions. Most likely not going to be picking up Shyvana here, but Poppy makes a heck of a lot more sense, and they are going to lock it in, taking it away from Reintier, but also giving it to Tally, who's been playing incredibly well this split.
Yeah, the Gangplank and Lulu banned away from him. That was really hard for no reason.
Yeah. Yep.
But Poppy is the natural choice away from Reintier, given that Fiora and Trundle aren't going to be there. So very smart drafting in the way of Legacy in particular, being first pick, actually picking on the top laner, kind of raises some questions now. Is what can he play? Is he going to go back towards the Nautilus, something that's easy to play, something that's safe and tanky? Poppy has a lot of impact.
Yeah, it's true, and he can't go towards that Trundle as well if he wants to go for another sort of really tanky split push type option. Of course, it might just have to be that ZZ Rock Portal if he decides to pick up that Nautilus. And Nautilus would make a fair bit of sense here at the same time, just because the Trundle has been taken off the board, but Lissandra being looked at by Avant, they do lock it in, so Reintier going to take away the Lissandra, could be going to the mid lane for Triple, could of course also be picked up by Reintier, but most importantly, the pick away from Choo Choo's. Choo Choo's does ridiculous things on the champion.
Yeah, spot on. And to an extent, Poppy can be considered a flex, so there was options there for Legacy, irrespective. It was a denial pick, but just as much as this was.
I'm just thinking as well, I mean, Carbon was originally the Poppy jungle player, so of course that was before she got reworked, back when she was basically not played anywhere at all, Carbon was still able to pick that one up in the jungle. So look, could definitely be going there.
It's the kind of thing I didn't want to hype until I see it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, can happen. Sidwell's done it. Didn't
I felt
work
like
out.
we needed to talk about it, Rusty. We needed to talk about it. I know you.
Yeah, he's got it there, but I mean, Lysandra as well being picked away by
Yeah.
AV from Legacy is pretty big. I think that is Choo Choo's go-to champion. In saying that, Choo's, he's got a very diverse champion pool, and getting one away from him is just the strongest one.
Well, looks like a bot lane could have potentially been picked up. Of course, Choo Choo's can take that Corki into the mid lane. Very, very strong. We've seen it by a lot of our mid lane players here in the OPL. Of course, it was denied away from Wizard twice in a row yesterday. Of course, the man, a fantastic Corki player, made it happen on the LeBlanc, though, as we are going to get the bottom lane locked in straight away by Avant, as the Morgana and Sivir are going to be taken there, and some really strong picks by AV. We haven't even spoken about the Nidalee for Chelby. I mean, I don't really want to talk about the 67k damage that he managed to get in that semi-final, because I feel like we've done that one to death.
Yes.
But you guys at home definitely know now that Chelby, pretty good Nidalee player.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say, of course. Didn't even really need to mention it. He almost speaks
Yeah.
for himself at this stage with how good he is on that champion. So taking it away from Carbon, something that he has played,
Yeah.
and putting it in the hands of Chelby, which is something he is quite proficient on, was a great decision from Avant. Getting it in that first rotation. But the real, I guess, thing to me is Avant-Garde's bottom lane right now. And how do you kill what has so many shields that you can't?
Yeah, I don't know. Seems like the Starks are pretty resilient there on the bottom side of the map. As Legacy, considering what they want to pick up, of course, Elise is one that really stands out to me. But Graves is there as well. We've seen a bit of a resurgence of the guy. Is going to mean that we are going to have an 80 carry Corki on the bottom side of the map. The Graves into the jungle, and Azir picked up for Choo Choo. Second time he's played it. See if he can pick up 2-0 on the champion. This was a fantastic performance the first time around.
Yeah, and no,
No Bard, which is upsetting.
I was going to say, yeah, and no Gragas as well.
Yeah.
As it slipped through the draft once again this week in the OPL. And that is a very big question mark that we have to bring up. Gragas is still good. I don't think anything happened to Gragas in the latest batch, so still a good champion. Graves, on the other hand, had dropped off in popularity by quite a substantial amount. In saying that, the damage hasn't changed on Graves.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just 0.25 on the Q, maybe.
Yeah.
Nothing
And there's
drastic.
a few tweaks around his usability as well, like as far as resetting animations, things like that. So maybe not as fluid when he roams around the jungle, smacking things down. But no surprises, the Nautilus is going to be the answer there on the top side of the map. We've seen Poppies go to town on the champions, especially in the laning phase. If we look back to Jack Attack versus Pac-Man yesterday, it was Jack pretty much reigning supreme the entire laning phase until Pac-Man became unkillable in the late game, and they just steamrolled them in one team fight. So we'll see exactly whether Reintier is going to be able to do a repeat performance of something similar, or whether it is going to be Tally taking it to him here on this Poppy, because it could be difficult for the Nautilus early on.
It definitely could be considered hard. I think there's a lot of pressure, and particularly for the junglers on both of these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if Triple goes for the teleport, and that's where a slight advantage can be gained by AV in the way of rotating around the map, getting the ganks off and affecting elsewhere and starting a snowball. But yeah, Nautilus does okay early. Poppy generally does a bit better.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how it is going to work out, because one thing looking into the jungle here especially is we've got Nidalee versus Graves. I can't really expect too many ganks early on. I feel like there's just going to be no jungle for anyone.
Yeah, and I guess the big question is, do they want to lane swap when both of these junglers can gank? But that's not what they're basically designed to do. One of them, very good at pushing down turrets, has a heal to attack speed buff someone. This is Chelby on Nidalee, of course. The other is a Graves. Pretty sure he can take down turrets quite handily. 3 bullets at once, able to connect. And they're both counter junglers. They're not gankers.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a very sort of similar identity for both of these team comps as we move into this game. But ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear from you. Do you think that Legacy, the supreme leaders of the OPL at the moment, are going to win? Use that hashtag LGCWin. Or if you believe, like I do in my predictions, that AV can take this one, use that hashtag AVWin to show your support for the team and see whether they can actually keep their playoff dreams alive. It's going to be a very tough ask for these guys. Of course, use that hashtag ArmOPL if you want to talk to us. You know, tweet at RustyLol if you want to talk about anything, or at SpawnLol, depending on which one. I mean, I think they both answer to both.
Yeah.
That's sort of how it works. Of course, twins, both on and off the rift, as Legacy and AV are going to be heading out to see exactly what is going to happen in the early stages.
Yeah, and the first question that I was going to bring up, and one of the things that kind of brought Graves back into popularity, especially in the top lane, was Warlord's Bloodlust, and the fact that you get ridiculous amounts of life steal, and you can sustain yourself with one item, and forego lifesteal as an item just by having offensive stats. And it's not a surprise that Siva's gone for it. But Strength of the Ages is honestly just too good right now, and Carbon can't afford to go for that. So the question is, what can Carbon get done? Is he just going to effectively jungle or, you know, just like brute force his way into the face of Chelby and ward everything? Fair enough.
Well, that is definitely what he just did. Chelby heading back to base, missed that last crucial spear, unfortunately. And both of the junglers are going to head home, but some deep vision available now for Legacy, and they'll see exactly who's going to be starting towards the top side of the map. And keeping eyes on Nidalee is definitely important. We've seen her invade early on before. See whether it is going to happen again. There's Tally moving towards the bottom side of the map, so it looks like we are going to have a lane swap issued here for Legacy.
Yeah, the lane swap, not a surprise again. We saw both of the junglers, and it's an assumed thing. Legacy also do this every single time, so they're one of the more unique, aggressive invades, and there's always to try and catch them out on Krugs.
Well, looks like it might happen here as Chelby immediately flashes, doesn't want to give anything up here. Does Regret going to block some of the damage, and yeah, King is going to be able to lock down that big Krug for himself, an extra 81 gold, and more importantly, the experience. This is a huge deal, putting Legacy ahead so early.
Yeah, that is actually very massive, and most importantly, keeps Chelby and Reindeer behind. Flying Regret, probably going to chase them around. Of course, doesn't want to die, but also wants to take them to the other side of the jungle. If he can even take this, then he's doing really well.
Well, he's taking a lot of damage here. As there's the Pulverize. Reindeer doesn't have the anchor yet.
But look at Chelby's health bar. That's both potions used. And in comparison to Carbon and Tally, who effectively have taken their jungle,
yeah,
and got it all in, like, without losing health, can now do a full clear or work top lane as they would please.
And you can see here's the poll. Will AV steal Direwolf's spot in the playoffs? 33% say yes, 67% say no. I didn't vote, so let's increase that one by a few, depending on how many people actually were involved in that particular one.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Whatever the stat may be. Give it a bit of a percent.
Yep. Increase it. I'm going to go with 34%.
Of course, the stars do need to align for AV, and this is where it all begins for them. Having to take on Legacy of all teams in their last match of the regular season.
So their fate in their hands at the moment will be out of their hands when Hellions face off against Direwolves after this match.
If they win here.
Exactly. So lane swap ensuing as we do see the fast pushes here towards the top and bottom sides of the map. Legacy with a larger creep wave are going to be heading through here as Regret just healing up the creeps with that Triumphant Roar. AV will probably be able to get this turret down a little bit sooner though.
Yeah, I think it'll be working out relatively even. Of course, both junglers just going to be clearing jungle as is custom for the current lane swap, and we'll see how Reindeer goes actually getting this down and not dying, because it looks like he may die. Yeah.
Yeah, just going to tank up one of the auto attacks, push this wave out, grab that last one onto that turret. You can see his jungler is waiting around in the wings as Tally's going to grab all of the money from that minion wave.
They're going to keep hard pushing from the looks of it, or at least get it to the turret, because look at how long it took Reindeer to get that just from the mistake that AV made, not pushing it down as effectively as Legacy did.
Yeah, well, two members of AV have moved up towards the top side as Choo Choo's, you can see, first look into the mid lane here as Triple's taken a fair bit of damage from the guy. And he locks down the cannon creep. Heck yes. That's what we're talking about. But Triple definitely still relevant in that farm, only behind by about 3, as he does have a wave pushing towards him as well. So,
yeah,
not too bad here from the Lissandra player.
It's the thing about Lissandra, right? Always relevant.
Yeah.
Always got engage, always got crowd control, always got wave clear. Basically can do it all effectively. It's the engaged Lulu. It's the best way to always look at it.
I like that. I've never heard of that one
Instead
before.
of disengage, it's engage.
Oh, Triple. Oh, he's going to take the auto Q, auto combination with that Thunderlord's Vigor there as well. Just goodness, able to get so much damage.
Yeah,
down
that's
his
a recall.
Choo-choos.
That's the problem with Azir. Once you hit level 3, if you haven't already lost lane, then you really do run a risk playing against him, because his trading patterns in the spell usage is super linear. It's always the one combo. You press the W, put a Sand Soldier up next to him, auto attack them, press Q, and then do the same thing. Proc Thunderlords, then run away.
Yeah.
Without fail, and will always be effective if you have an advantage.
Well, you can see Triple. Bit unfortunate with the turret aggro there, but is able to pick up a bunch of that farm, only behind by about 7. We'll check back in that mid lane in some time, see exactly how it goes, because at the moment it looks like it's a bit of an island.
You know, I feel like some people don't realize that there is some kind of theory to the turret's aggro.
Yeah?
I don't know the exact theory behind it, but I always have, like, you know, like that mental.
Yeah. Subconsciously, you just feel
you
like
know,
you know.
which minion the turret's going to hit without fail, and I don't know what it is.
I don't. I never have any idea. I always get trolled by it. Frustrates me.
It hits the outside ones first, and I think it goes off.
Okay.
It always hits the outside ones first. On bot lane, like this one right now, I think the preference is the bottom right minion as well. I don't know why.
We know, of course, you know, cannon creeps first, then melee, then caster, and we're talking about what happens after that. So, look, I'd be interested to know. Hopefully we can find out. Tweet at SpawnLol if you do know. Is Carbon going to be taking the enemy Gromp? Yeah, no, I've nailed it now. As Reindeer, once again,
Legacy though.
Solo gold from this turret.
Yeah, so they're going to continue to hard push and at least make it reset under the turret. Stark, from the looks of it, the only one who's going to be in attendance. So you would imagine this turret in the bottom lane for Legacy is actually going to fall down.
Yeah, inner turret is going to go. So we do have a Sivert trying to make sure that they don't at least take the inhibitor turret. Teleport actually comes in.
Triple's rotating.
Yeah, AV actually able to stop this one from going down.
Yeah, but that was a teleport used, or at least cancelled now. But that's a cooldown where Tally can actually freely use his own teleport now.
Yeah.
Get to that top lane. Perhaps take the minions, defend the turret as best he can. And honestly, it's a period of time where, looking at the CS discrepancies, it could favor Legacy once more because of how many minions are going to be there. But he doesn't want to teleport.
Oh, triple. Dangerous walking through there as there are a lot of pink wards down already. You can see Shelby moving up. We'll be able to grab a couple of those.
Is mid as well.
Yeah, we'll see whether he has enough time here as Reindeer. Not quite level 6 as Choose. Just going to glide his way out on the sand. Everything's going to be fine.
Just Shurima things.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he got it. Nice. Choose has got a lot of attack speed with that stinger, to say the least. And if this laning phase is anything at the moment, it's oppressive. And Triple's not having a great time. Give it the bot. Oh, there we go.
Oh, regret.
That's what I'm talking about.
They can bank this game.
The amount of jungle that Shelby has had stolen by the bottom lane of Legacy is obnoxious.
But as we have a look at the gold margins, it's actually 300 in the lead for AV, despite how well Choo Choo's doing in the mid lane. But you can see that 80 carry CS. Stark well and truly ahead, able to eat up those creeps with the boomerangs and the ricochets.
Yeah, it's just kind of where Legacy are looking to give their gold values to. And it felt like it was more so the top laner. And that's weird because the discrepancy between the two was 6. Yeah. And it's more so the rotations of the decisions that they made working around the map where Stark was able to sort of hold a freeze in that respect. And I mean, he always gets the last hits on the minions. Perhaps Legacy just looked much more to sharing all the CS when they were pushing as well. Could come back to bite them though.
Well, we'll see whether Stark can make use of it. A little bit of extra money. Does already have that BF sort of built, the cull at the same time, so definitely making sure that he's going to have as much money as possible come that mid game. Of course, Sivert does like to have that 3 items in order to get that massive damage down with the crits on the ricochet, so I do like it. Make sure that you can accelerate your build as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's definitely about that acceleration, and in lane swaps, a lot of AD carries go for the cull.
Not to mention experience. That's a level 7 Sivert.
Yeah, he's been getting a fair chunk of that solo experience. King, ooh. They're actually trying to freeze it, not let it crash under the turret so they can get all the last hits. Easier said than done against the Sivir Morgana.
Oh, nice triple hit on that Riptide there from Reindeer. He's going to take this parade of minions towards his turret. Choo Choo's it's slowed down by a Q out of triple. We'll see whether he can continue this dominance here in the mid lane. Shelby turns up, does have a possible heal there, but triple was doing absolutely fine there in that mid lane. Only behind by about 10. So the game's slowing down a whole lot.
Yeah.
But AV definitely clawing it back after what was a difficult early game given their start and getting tricked with that lane swap scenario.
Yeah, they reacted to the lane swap. They got trolled a little bit, I will say, by Legacy's bottom lane, but this is the scary thing, if you were AV, is how is Reindeer going to deal with this onslaught?
Not entirely well, as the ultimate does come out actually from Tally. He's using that Grasp of the Undying to great effect. Buckler goes down. The ultimate has to be used. Reindeer doesn't want to use the flash and doesn't have to, as he does make it back underneath his turret. But that was needless. I mean, that pink ward was dead. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah, he was very lucky to get out and not have to burn the flash at all. Super low health bar. but did have to use his own ultimate as AV. There was no reason to respond with the Dragon or for Legacy to not be near it or respond themselves, but they do pick this one up for free with good vision control and movement around the map.
Yeah, really nicely done.
Carbon was top.
Yeah, gold lead actually back in favor of Legacy here as well, so making use of it is Tally with an increased gold advantage. Closing that gap a little bit as well is King. So Choo Choo's being ahead at the same time means that they're definitely doing great things. Shelby, however, has picked up the Runic Echoes. 50 CS as well, so he's about 10 ahead, and jungle CS means a little bit more than regular lane CS.
Definitely does. Worth a bit of extra gold, of course. My concern at this stage, if you're an AV fan, is that they've slowed the game down almost too much. When they have a Sivir overextended in the bottom lane, and then Nautilus is losing in the top lane. There's a lot of free time to Carbon to work around the map as he would please. The positive, though, and the plus side to that, is the vision controllers.
Oh, nice flash as the Emperor's Divide comes out from Choo Choo's. However, nothing to come from it apart from the Summoner Spell.
Yeah, easy stuff from Choose. The flash from Shelby, though. It definitely hurts for an Italy not having that Summoner available to him. As these two definitely going to have it out.
Yeah, takedown not quite in range yet. There's the pounce. Carbon in trouble here as Reindeer's going to move in. Tally teleports to save his jungler, and Reindeer's just going full man mode. Shelby still hunting around for the jungler. No turrets here, remember, as well, as he might need to collapse. First blood goes down, though, as Triple just solos out Choo Choo somehow. No ultimate for the Azir, and the burst damage was too much. Now they're going to collapse on the top lane. Tally trying to heroically charge his way around. Shelby very, very low, but Triple grabs a double kill. Who is this, Wizard?
AV, they pull that out of thin air. Choose was pretty low, I will say already. That was the ultimate, though, from Triple that got him to that health bar. And with Vision of Regret in the top lane of all things, AV's bottom lane felt comfortable. So this is a battle on 3 fronts that AV won on all 3 fronts.
Yeah.
Shelby outtrades Carbon. Mid lane gets the solo pick. And then bot lane is just in absolute control. This is the dangerous aspect of AV's map movement right now and their strategy. But it's flourishing.
Yeah. Working really, really well. That being said, not too much is reflected in the gold. Only about 500 the difference. So Legacy, by all means, not in too much trouble at this stage of the game. And still 20 CS in the lead is Choo Choo's despite falling that one time.
Yeah, they also hadn't recalled in a fair amount of time.
That is very
so
good
in
point.
terms of items, I think Choose potentially went from a Stinger to a Nash's Tooth and a Null Magic Mantle as an example. So,
And Triple went from, I think, double Dorans to Abyssal Scepter, Fiendish Codex double Doran's boots.
I think the other big thing is what Sivir and Corki have just, or are going to and have just bought as a Trinity Force. You would imagine the package or something to that extent is available as well. So Power Spike's available for both teams. The map could explode right now as it's only 500.
Yeah, very true. The cull actually completed here as well for Stark, so an extra 350 gold for him, as that Essence Reaver has been completed at the same time. So Stark definitely scaling.
Yeah, super scary actually, that Sivir.
Yeah. We'll see what he decides to go for, of course. We know that you're a bit of a fan of the old Phantom Dancer.
I think I like both in different amounts. Phantom Dancer's worth it to an extent. And with the team that he has right now, I wouldn't be against getting a Static Shiv, especially when you're ahead. Crit all the people is hello, Destiny.
Yeah, King making his way in. Massive damage, but a nice binding is going to get the support play to safety as well as the on the hunt.
King's positioning with the package just there was not exactly appropriate.
Okay.
He didn't push Morgana towards the Alistar or towards the river where Carbon could have been set up if he tried to run as well. Instead lets him walk away down the other direction. It's much more of a you shall not pass zone.
Yeah.
The package, like he puts down the staff. There's Carbon.
End of the line there for Shelby though. Fair bit of damage.
But yeah, King just wasn't where he wanted it to be. Unfortunate, but Destiny gets out without a summoner burn.
Reindeer once again coming in for a potential roam. Does have that Sunfire Cape. Pretty tanky right now. Falling behind in farm as he has been very mobile around this map. See the vision game moving into a defensive formation at the moment for Legacy as you have a look towards the bottom side where it's in their jungle with all the pinks.
There was a lot of wards deep inside Legacy's blue side also. So they do start clearing that out. As I wouldn't be surprised if it continues along this trend of placid scaling styles. Of course, in Azir, of all champions. I hear he likes scaling.
Yeah.
And Corki definitely wants a little bit more than just the Trinity Force. Sork shoes, perhaps.
You know, I feel like they're looking at King to be their sort of mid-game bridge as well. That Trinity Force now already in his hands. He's very strong. We saw that package come out and do a lot of damage onto Destiny. We'll see whether this Corki is going to be able to hold on here for Legacy as they move towards that later game. But I have a look at both of these sides, and I mean, the lineups feel similar to me, Rusty.
They definitely are. I think AV and Legacy, firstly, both have stacked individual players on their roster. And also Triple playing the hard carry mid lane, even sharing champions right now. Reintier and Tally, perhaps the only discrepancy between the two is Reintier in his rookie split has definitely still shown up.
Oh, yeah.
Being a Fiora player could have similarities. This is the real issue, in my opinion.
Yeah, Choose just when he gets his hands on Triple, or his soldiers on Triple, should I say.
Well, I mean, we've seen how much Reintier has been hanging out, I suppose, near the mid lane. Even if it's just to use Choo-Choo's to get his E to safety, that's a long cooldown that Triple feels more comfortable and more safe in.
Yeah. Well, Dragon number 2 is going to go down here for AV. Shelby a little bit far out, and that mid lane is under siege. But they are able to take down the Dragon, now moving towards that mid lane to try and help things out. But yeah, in goes the On the Hunt as AV looking to try and lock someone down. Choo-Choo's going to get hooked by the anchor. Reintier has to use his flash in order to close the distance, though, and he's going to pay for it with his life. Fantastic play by Regret, and Tally's going to move in. Nice lockdown there by Triple. Does still have the ultimate and uses it on himself to try and stay safe. He is going to do so there as they do successfully disengage, but it's a 1-0.
AV barely living through that trade, but this is all Regret saying that he is going to engage. Catches Reintier, who flashed out of position over the Azir wall, and here's the second teleport to defend the turret.
Yeah, Triple is going to make his way in. They do lock down all of these creeps. It's Tally! He's in a whole host of trouble. Shelby locks it down with a well-placed spear. And Destiny now very low, but still moving aggressively forward. He's got to be careful. Choose still does a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, 2 TPs on this AV side. They turn it back around. They defend their turret. The question is, can Choose do the same and actually keep it alive with 3 people threatening? Thankfully, the answer is always going to be yes, because they've fought twice now. Yeah. And no one has anything left available to them.
Well, King just going to move back down towards the bottom side of the map, clear out that huge wave of minions that was crashing down. See, Eye of the Watcher actually completed here by Destiny. So looking to free up an item slot there. Grab that extra ward. Something, something, sweeper, something, something, says Froscarin.
I can hear it in my ear now.
I know. I've been taught it so many different times why that having the extra ward there is so important, and I think it's so that you can trade out a sweeper of the enemy and still put that ward back down, because you can have 3 on the map, and, you know, without going back. All that
TLDR map rotations, extra wards, no recalling.
TLDR vision good.
Yeah. Vision equal win.
Yeah. Nicely done.
He's done it.
Yeah, that was me with my analysis.
Very claps for Destiny. There we go. He understands League of Legends. It's almost like he's an OPL player.
Yeah, he's pretty good at the old role too. And he's also quite good at AD
4
carry
roles
and mid lane. Yep. Lock it in. I'm going to make a team with 5 Destinies, please.
Means they will control their own destiny.
Ahoy! They all play Twisted Fate at the same time.
That's deep.
Ludicrous. So many Destinies, man. It's just out of control. But Abyssal Scepter is now done for Choo-Choo's. Triple has the Morellonomicon to complement his other purple item that he had sitting in his item slots, as well as the pink ward. My goodness. Fantastically color coordinated is this Lissandra.
That is a very important point, though. Of course, that is 4 pink wards established by AV. They've just
I thought you were going to say color coordination was going to be really important.
Nah, they've got 4 pink wards on the map, right? So they actually have an established base to work from. And the thing with pink wards, it's almost like you draw a line in the sand and say, this is our line. And if you cross it, you run the risk of dying, because we know that you don't have vision past this point, right? But now what they've got is a neutral line established near the river, at least in top side, and a little bit more defensive on the bottom side. If they can push those forward as they make movements around the map, so maybe they want to work mid, push the pinks up, get a flank off, people will die.
Well, you can see Tally towards the bottom side of the map, just clearing out a whole bunch of creeps as Reindeer was pushing them out towards him. Of course, you can see 119 to 124, really closing that gap as Triple is going to throw through the claw. Doesn't find too much.
This is also the point in the game where everyone thinks they can burst out of Graves. It's the best way to describe it. He has his Hex Drinker. He's also just very hard to kill.
Shoe's going to get hit by the binding. Not the spear, though, which would have done a heck of a lot of damage. Rod of Ages completed by Chelby. About that 20-minute mark, which isn't bad after finishing a Runic Echoes as a jungler.
It's by no means bad. I think the bad thing is potentially that this turret is at risk.
Oh, another binding lands onto Choo Choo's as Triple. Oh, Reindeer going super aggressive. Empress Divide comes down. Reindeer not as tanky as he wants to be, and look at those auto attacks. My God, collateral damage doesn't quite find the Nautilus, and he'll have to go home.
I think the saving grace is that he has a Rift Herald buff, so pretty quick recall. Can come back to lane as fast as he possibly can, but AV's health bars, there's only so much a Nit can heal.
Yeah, well, Stark is going to pop the ultimate. Immediately, King falls down as Triple pops the ult. Regret 9 does have the Unbreakable Will, but not a lot of mana. Now Chelby smashed against the wall. Carbon locks down the kill, and he's able to dodge out of the way of a lot of the follow-up as Reindeer now has to run away. Does still have the flash. He's going to use it to escape, and Legacy make it a 1-for-1, but these fights are so close.
Ooh, Choose is still putting in overtime for Legacy right now. King gets completely caught out of position, and that's the engage that AV need. The problem is, it's so hard to kill the rest of the team of Legacy. Look at Choose. He is so well positioned in these fights to just succeed and set his team up.
And you can see Tally even able to get into position to get some auto attacks on this turret. It probably will fall down, but Tally is taking a lot of damage for it. Immediately, Sun turret is put up. ZZ Rot portal goes down. Reindeer trying to do what he can.
Oh, get it. Oh, yeah, nailed it.
Sun turret's a beast.
That does a lot of damage to a Rot portal.
Yeah, I thought we hadn't changed the Rot portal yet.
We haven't.
Apparently we have. When it comes to Sun turrets. But it does mean that Triple's 3-0-1. So we'll be able to go back and spend a pretty penny in the shop, and we'll see whether he can change the landscape of these team fights.
Yeah.
He's still behind on CS by about 35. Needlessly large Rod is going to get picked up. Sorcerer's Shoes there as well. He's got a full inventory. See whether he's going to be able to pick up that Zhonya's Hourglass in due time, because that is going to be very important for keeping him a threat for a longer period of time in these team fights.
Absolutely needing it, I will say, so that he can be another frontline member for the team. I think it does come down to a battle of mid laners. They're both quite strong at the moment. One's got a whole lot of farm, and we've seen how much damage Choose is doing. Triple on the other hand, 3-0, putting in, oh, hello.
Yeah, in he goes. Chelby's going to get delivered to the team, but flashes out of the way. Empress Divide not going to do too much. It's Triple ults himself up. Carbon's in so much trouble, and then Italy happy to dive in, gets ulted out immediately, and AV's health bars are getting evaporated. This Azir does so much AoE as Triple finds his way in. It's a double kill. Stark as well, just going ludicrous in this fight, and immediately 3 dead from Legacy, and there might be more. Nice flash from Tally, gets out of the way from Triple, but I thought that was done and dusted, but AV respond.
Legacy just fought this avant-garde roster in a choke point when they're playing against the Nautilus, Lissandra, and Sivir. The amount of crits and ricochet, boomerang blade damage, everything that Sivir just put down is enough to hard carry AV through that team fight. And we were looking at mid laners before the fight broke out. Here's the outlier strength that AV have. That is their AD carry. And I mean, the engage was great on a Chelby, but Chelby still has his summoners. Look at the knockups Nautilus just got. Watch the damage that Stark is applying, bouncing through everybody. Reset, re-engage. Look at this.
Oh my God.
It's actually absurd, the amount of damage that Sivir did. Legacy have no right being in the jungle trying to engage on a Nidalee that has summoners.
And this is actually a question we were asking of Stark last week, is put your face in it more. Try and get these auto attacks down on this Sivir, because he just wasn't quite getting there last time. This game, flashing forward, picking up so much damage on so many members of Legacy. Really confident here in his play. And look at Triple, 100% kill participation. This Lissandra's going off.
Yeah, Triple's putting in work right now, and he never ceases to impress, I will say, in all of these games of the OPL so far. AV right now have established themselves an okay lead. That last team fight, to be fair, was Legacy trying to take the initiative and give it to AV, where it backfired massively. So we'll see how Legacy actually adapt and change their playstyle. Do they actually respect AV now?
You can see pings down onto Chelby, who's just waiting around in this brush above the Baron pit, as Tally wants to get rid of the Z0 portal if he can. See whether he can actually ignore Reindeer. He's just taking the damage, saying, I don't even care. Get on me, as the buckler is available. Destiny's going to make his way down. Soul Shackles comes out. Tally might be in trouble. He uses the ultimate, gets rid of the Nautilus, so will get stunned, and now thinks that he has a shot at taking down the support player of AV. Nice point-blank binding there from Destiny, though. Will save his life. There's a big ultimate now on cooldown, as you can see. AV struggling here in the jungle just a little bit, as there are Legacy members prowling around. This game is really close.
It definitely still feels super close. Of course, that engage that just happened in the bottom lane. They were banking on Reindeer dodging Tally's ultimate because the spell shield was on Destiny, so that he could get the Soul Shackles to connect.
Nice mind use by Tally there. Peace of mind? I don't know. Like, I'm trying to work out what that sentence was going to be. It was going to make a whole lot of sense. I apologize, but really well played by Tally to ult the right player.
Okay.
Is what I meant to say.
Awareness?
Peace of mind? Yeah, awareness is probably the word. Never mind, guys.
Peace of mind.
It seems like most of us here in the OPL aren't very good at England.
Peace of mind.
Yeah,
Fair enough. Like, he was in full zen when the engage came out.
Yeah, it's not. There's another phrase, right? It's not that. It's something else. Let's just move on, shall we? Stark's almost got an Infinity Edge. He's looking strong on Sivir. Discuss. Carbon going aggressive onto Destiny might be a better one.
Yeah, absolutely. Carbon is hyper aggressive at the moment. This is just a power point for Graves in particular, as Tally wards into the wall, not over it. Unlucky. And yeah, Stark, as you mentioned, I think that this is actually a very important game for Stark as a player to identify himself as a carry.
Yeah.
I mean, the Kalista Penta in his first game was great, but even he was aware it wasn't a big deal. Well, Destiny's in.
Yeah, the ult goes down here as Carbon flashes out of the way of the Soul Shackles and a lot of the extra damage here from AV. Destiny now split off from the team as Reindeer in the back line. Spears are flying through, but they're not quite close enough to get onto Legacy, and that's a big ultimate cooldown now that AV have to deal with not having on Stark.
Thankfully, Stark having that Essence Reaver has enough cooldown reduction that it's almost half back up already.
That's a very good point. What is it,
the
34 seconds?
Yeah, it's not a lot. I think the biggest deal to me, though, was Poppy cancelled the teleport.
Yeah, interesting.
And that's not something that you want to do in the middle of a team fight, especially early cancelling it, because Reindeer could have looked to re-engage from that. In saying that, Tally, no mana now. Kind of just being a pest.
Well, tweet in from LolTies. It would seem that the Chiefs match has tilted Legacy so much they are now the leaning tower of Treaser. Benji, why did you make me read that out?
That is something else.
LolTies offers like a wide array of different things. It's actually pretty damn good, honestly. I think
as
I'm
far
just
as
jealous
puns
more than
go,
anything
it's
else.
genius.
Yeah,
but it's the kind of genius that I don't want to admit. You know?
Exactly.
So, like,
it's a dad joke, right? It's one of those jokes that you have a chuckle in your head, but you tell him he's an idiot.
yeah.
That's basically how it works. So take that, LolTies. I think that is exactly what was deserved there. Benji loved it, P.S. So our producer definitely thought that you were probably the funniest human being alive. Take that whichever way you want it. Stark is going to head back to base. We'll see whether he does have enough money for that Infinity Edge. It's AV. Stalking Carbon. Gets hit by a Dark Binding. Is Destiny thinking about going in. Isn't going to get hit by the Q from the Azir, though.
And that was blind Carbon. You don't need to place down the sweeping lens. Do not worry. They won't be able to replicate it again blind. In saying that, Legacy, yeah. I mean, they've got Chelby and Destiny working together now, which is the big deal to me. They are actually becoming a war party. The sole purpose is to now skirmish, not just get picks in lane, which is very big. They're trying to open up the map more so, and Dragon is the objective that both of these teams are going to be looking towards. One to get the 5th, one to deny it.
Well, Stark actually farming with the clock right now. He's just about to hit up to 300 CS as that 30-minute ticks over. So really nicely done on this Sivir. Now has those 3 items that we were talking about before. Just in time for this 4th dragon to spawn.
Yeah, King actually falling relatively behind. And to be on time with the clock is...
that needle was threaded.
Absolutely was. Nidalee Spearwig.
Yeah, man.
Rest in peace. I mean, yeah, King falling behind is unfortunate for Legacy, but the thing is, if he works around having the package, his impact in fights will still be just as high. The CS doesn't always matter to that extent. He's got his item spike. He's only one off now.
Well, Dragon has actually been started up here, but not going down too far as Reindeer's going to poke his head in. That ward is going to be taken down. Half health now on the Dragon. This is really important here for Legacy as the ultimate has been popped. The Dragon is going to go into the hands of Legacy, and we'll see whether they can win the fight as Chelby going down so low. Choose finds his way into the fight. Triple can't get as much work done, but you can see massive damage out of Starker just before he falls down, and Choo Choo's is going insane. It's a double kill now. The triple for Choose. The mid laner finally getting what he wants.
And Legacy's mid laner comes well and truly online. The damage that he was doing in that fight was phenomenal. The Rylai's Crystal Scepter, that's the holy trinity of Azir items for crowd control in team fights and damage output. Legacy, they win a skirmish, they get the Dragon, and they go straight to the next big purple worm.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the whole fight scene once more. Choo Choo's in particular is the one to keep your eye on. The way that he works around the outskirts of the fight is great, but the biggest thing to me was regret using Exhaust onto Triple as he went in, denying so much damage down. And AV just run away with the tail between their legs.
Yeah, exactly. And Triple actually using his ultimate instead onto King as opposed to himself right in the middle of that pit. Could have actually possibly worked out a little bit differently, but
I think the major thing to me is, like, yes, he could have ulted himself. I think the biggest thing about ulting himself is that he wouldn't have got exhausted as well.
Yeah, possibly.
I think that it's a lot harder to lock down Triple in that case, and he had his flash available, but yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of merit to saying he should have ulted himself. Still had them all locked in a pit together, though, so even if you ult King, everyone's getting damaged.
True. Well, AV losing that fight, losing the Dragon and the Baron now. Massive gold swing here as Legacy do finally take the lead. 200 is the only margin, though, as Legacy now need to move forward. Of course, 3 turrets each. Inner's yet to fall on both sides of the rift. This game's still on a knife edge.
And both junglers as well going the offensive route, to say the least.
Yeah.
Chelby, of course, has his Void Staff completed against a Magic Resistance stacking team. Very much evident. Abyssal Scepter, Spirit Visage, Rock Portal. So many Magic Resistance items. So it's a smart pickup here from Chelby. The difference is, though, if we compare both of these junglers, one builds damage, it's still effective damage reduction because the Phantom Dancer is the dueling item, whereas Void Staff is just raw damage, and he is not very survivable.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we saw Chelby actually in that last fight just getting completely obliterated at the beginning. Does want to be sitting back and poking a little bit longer than he otherwise was, but Void Staff now done for Triple. This guy does so much damage in the middle of these fights. Still didn't fall down in that last one, so nicely played by the man, and we'll see whether he can be the influence the next time around, because it's going to be ludicrous.
Grasp of the Undying is just such a ridiculous Keystone Mastery. Like, these two are just hitting each other and then grasping back all the damage they're dealing to each other.
Yeah.
Top lane is potato party right now.
Potato party. The alliteration to end all. As it's a rot portal off as well. Like, this is silly.
Rotten potato party.
Yeah, exactly. But this inner turret is going to fall down. Legacy just putting the pressure on King, tanking up the turret, not worrying about it too much, as it's been a very quiet game from your boy. See whether he can turn it around as we head towards the late game. Does have that QSS as well as the Infinity Edge, so probably not going to get exploded by the Lissandra as we move forward. Rot Portal going to be taken down, and that is the full inner ring removed with that Baron buff from Legacy. So nicely done.
Yeah, Legacy actually establishing themselves quite a sizable gold difference now. Back in the right direction at the very least, as crits are a hell of a thing, aren't they, on Sivir?
Damn right they are.
That was the entire
ridiculous
minion wave with one auto attack.
And he thought about going in. He actually picked up like the one last CS with the boomerang, as opposed to having that do the wave clear for you.
Yeah, and so this is cool as well about Sivir is you don't necessarily need to go for the last Whisper to get through Poppy. The way that Sivir works is that the rest of them have Magic Resistance. Destiny's just caught. Never mind.
Yeah, he's going to flash out of the way. We'll see whether it's going to be enough. No, it's not. Choo Choo's going to pick that one up. Collateral damage there for Collateral, I believe. So Spear is going to come down. They're looking for Reindeer as well. Does hit the anchor on the walls. He throws out the ult. Not going to get stunned. There it is. Carbon's going to get hit by a spear. You can see the Nautilus actually soaking a lot. In goes Triple. Gets ulted out immediately. Nice game of tennis. They're out of the Poppy as the Spear's continuing to flood through. One pick onto the support out of Legacy, but they can't push through any further.
No, they can't actually. I think they can continue the siege. They need to be careful though. Choose needs to regenerate some mana with that blue buff before they get over-aggressive. I think the big thing to me is that there are no ultimates on anybody except the Alistar. This is risky, but doable.
Teleport's going to come in. Triple immediately destroyed whilst he's in the air. The shutdown goes to Carbon. They're focusing on the turret, but you can see the damage out of this Sivir is massive. Stark now with a black shield, trying to get the work done. Shelby, no, one more auto attack would have done it there from Choo Choo's, but it's not quite enough. That big one, that hurt him. As Stark still with the majority of his health bar for now. We'll see whether he can clear out these minion waves and save this turret. In goes another massive flash pulverize as Regret's able to get the work done. You can see Sivir picks up King on the back end as Tally trying to tank up this damage. They lose the turret. Legacy, some low health bars now though, as AV as well. They just have to try and deal with it. Carbon, yeah, able to get the work done, but there's the anchor in. Stark, he's going to lock down the kill as Tally now channels the ultimate. Not going to find the Sivir. The inhibitor's still up now as Reindeer tanking like a beast. Tally's going to lock him down. These fights are so close with that Sivir alive, but still, they're able to get the turret, and Legacy are just going to say, this is enough.
Absolutely chaotic is the best way to describe these team fights right now. Legacy, though, they have control of mid, they have control of top, and they are sieging the bottom lane. So they break turrets.
Triple. Flashes forward, gets the shutdown onto Choose.
Wow.
Able to get Regret at the same time. Tally might be in trouble as Triple is a beast. Misses the last Q, but there's the Claw of Doom. Can he actually get the Circle of Frost? Gets the slowdown, another Q. And there it is, the shutdown and a triple for Triple Cheese.
Triple Cheese just styles on Legacy. That was
and
greedy.
Fourth Dragon.
Yeah, that was very greedy from Legacy to take away the Dragon once more. 8, 1, and 3 is this Lissandra right now after that triple kill. The best part about this is Regret headbutts him to safety from Tally's damage after, and then still walks into the damage of Lissandra's ultimate. So mistakes across the board here.
He had nowhere else to go, though, to his credit.
I mean, you run upwards, you try not to die to the Lissandra as best you
maybe
can.
That's what he's doing.
But so well done from Triple, I will say. To get the ult off as well and to choose target selection, very big deal.
Understandable. Well, Stark now has himself the Bloodthirster. Another needlessly large rod here for Triple, as it's going to be the final item that the Zhonya's Hourglass is going to come in. Now being built up by Shelby at the same time, so still needs about 1,000 gold for that one for the Nidalee to keep him alive in these team fights. And EV, with that play from Triple, have now turned this into a dragon race, honestly, because if they manage to get that 5th, the team fights are going to be much more in favor of this avant-garde roster who have been showing that they can team fight in the later stages.
So that's the thing, right? The clock's ticking on the Dragon. AV definitely in contention to snowball the game through that objective. In saying that, Baron rather is life. Legacy, they're going to put more emphasis on that.
Oh, King's in the bottom lane,
Yes,
too.
I was about to say, like, King has made a big mistake by being down there because Reindeer has teleport. AV, they could find their way in.
Well, there's the ultimate pop tier from Stark, but I don't think they're going to be able to close the gap onto Tally. Dark Binding isn't going to find it. Is AV now going to peel back? Yeah, Tally just going to walk towards the Baron pit, and AV are going to scatter. They're just going to say, Reindeer, just take that turret, mate. That'd be great.
Yeah.
He is going to do so.
AV, they're working around the split push now. It's very handy to do. Tally needs to recall, but he's not going to be there in time, as that's one turret on the board for AV for free. And they close that gold lead a little bit further. Not that it means a lot now, as everyone's nearing their max items.
I love that you can see the sun turrets now as well on the minimap. Look at that, guys. There's a blue turret on the red side of the map. It's just a beautiful thing.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Kudos.
I was having a look on the minimap. I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah, there it is.
See it.
Now it's gone. A fleeting excitement
Oh
as
my
Shelby
God.
might be caught out here. There's the Hepa Pole, and they grab the jungler for free. Legacy, fantastic play. They might be able to grab a Baron because that's the jungler.
If ever
Ain't no smite.
Jesus, if ever there was a time to crit on every auto attack, King, that was it.
Better play
Regret
more.
on this Alistar is carrying Legacy right now, at least the bottom lane aspect of Legacy.
Oh, they are just going to bait this for days. Legacy finally started off the Baron. Stark going to throw
Carbon's
a
gonna take
boomerang
damage.
through. Yeah, AV trying to create a position for themselves. The Poppy going to teleport in as well. We'll see whether Triple can get the work done. Of course, does have the claw, makes it into the back line. Huge damage, but the shutdown comes through. Choose actually able to get out of that one with the cleanse. Really nicely done. And Stark now with the shield on top of him, trying to kite. It's not quite enough though as Tally, he is going to fall. Stark able to get the work done. Reindeer now trying to get out, and Stark just says, all right, I'm out of here. The anchor comes through. Reindeer's going to survive, but it's a 1 for 3. And Legacy will go back to the Baron.
Legacy straight back to the Baron. Tally is the only casualty on this Legacy roster right now. That should be the Baron. Find it very difficult to see a way for AV into this. In saying that, Shelby is alive and running at a very fast pace. I don't think he'll get there based on the damage they're doing.
Oh my god.
A lot of damage.
You put a Nazir in a Baron pit, man. It does the work for you as Carbon is able to lock that one down with the smite as well. You can see AV still with the kill lead, but definitely not the gold lead, as it's now 6,000 in the lead for this Avant-Garde's roster. I don't know about you guys at home, but I was not expecting this series to be this damn close, despite my prediction, which was honestly a little bit optimistic.
Yeah, this is definitely still a very tense game. 1 minute 45 is the timer on that Dragon. Number 5 for AV, potentially. Always needs to be considered. Legacy could force issues around their Baron if they don't actually find a way into AV's base. They may just use their resources towards taking the Dragon with that Baron buff. Just control minion waves. Play it safe, play it smart. It's not too bad of a strategy. My biggest concern, honestly, right now with AV's roster is that Triple Cheese has, I'm going to say, pretty poor item selection.
Yeah, not getting that Zhonya's, instead going for the Rabadons was slightly greedy, I'll agree with you.
It's definitely greedy. And, like, he was 3-0. Makes a lot of sense, right? But he's gone for the Abyssal Scepter first. He's gone for the Death Cap. He needed a Void Staff. And, of course, you always want the Morellos for the cooldown reduction. But at what point do you actually make a decision to sacrifice a bit of damage from that lead and have the utility there to keep you alive? Because Choose is in the backline and Triple's engaging on him. He can sit back and utilize that.
Triple's actually teleporting into the flank there as Carbon takes a lot of damage. Spear isn't going to find the mark as Stark is trying to move forward. Triple now looking for his engagement as King is going to use the QSS. Triple once again going to fall down. Massive damage now not available for AV as Destiny tries to land the bindings but can't. Reindeer is going to fall as Choo Choo's picks that one up. Stark is still alive, but not for long as the shutdown comes in. This could be game now as AV only have their support player alive. Legacy, fantastic orchestration of a team fight. They'll take down the inhib, and this actually just honestly could be the Nexus falling.
Choose is going off on this Azir right now, showing how it's done. Baron buff, minions crashing. This should be the game. Legacy in game 1.
Yeah, Nexus turrets are going to be falling. The first one now going to go down. Still massive death timers over the side of AV as Destiny has to look on in horror as his Nexus is getting torn apart. His home, the place where he wants to be, as Regrets just thrown out flashes. Really nicely played as Choose just skirts around it. Really nice skating out of this Azir on the sand. And whoa, Legacy, they were behind most of that game. But those last 2 fights were so beautiful. That pick onto Chelby, fantastic. Probably Chelby's positioning not so great, but Legacy keeping cool heads in the late game.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern to me, AV, they've got a star-studded roster that's safe to say, but when it came down to the team fights, when it came down to the big decisions, it just wasn't all there. And Legacy, they team fought better.
They certainly did, but we are going to throw it back to the desk to break down that game. Thank you so much, Atlas. What a performance late game out of Legacy. But let's break down exactly how that eventuated, because I feel like Avant-Garde had a lot of initiative in that game, and then they just kind of squandered it all with some bad late game team fight execution.
I think in general, like, we had a pretty interesting start to the game. So I know you'll probably mention it in a second, but we did have a lane swap to start things off, and I feel like both teams, they played the lane swap portion okay. Again, I'm sure Froskurin has more detail for you in a second, but we kind of, had a slower start to the game. That's pretty typical of a game where you have 2 outer turrets fall in 2 different lanes. You open up nice long lanes. You've got lots of different things to farm around. And it just felt like we kind of hit a mid-game where nobody knew what they wanted to do. Avant took a few dragons with the power of Nidalee. And we ended up in an interesting spot in the mid-game, I'll say, because people kind of wanted to fight, but I felt like they didn't know how to actually get the fight train rolling.
It's people want to fight, but people have no idea where to fight. And that's the primary problem. Legacy as a team, and Avant, it's funny, we were watching this game, I was like, these are the exact same teams. They have the exact same mentality, the exact same agenda. All they want to do is they want to fight you, they want to kill you, and they want to take an objective on top of that. The problem is not understanding where to engineer the proper fights, which means that if you take a poor fight, so you have to think about this. Engineering a proper fight means you're engineering a fight near something that you want to take, as opposed how to even phrase this. Legacy, in their fight that they really lost control of the game, it was in that choke point.
I can
Rusty
give the
commented on
perfect
it.
example, right? So Legacy, they go towards the Dragon Pit. Avant go there and they're like, we want to fight. And then Legacy, off the back of that, take an objective in the Baron. If that was a team that we would compliment on where they actually want to fight, at that point of the game, the Dragon wasn't the objective. The Baron was. Legacy would have gone to Baron, set up 3 pink wards in the jungle, seen the approach, baited out the Baron, started it up because they had a really huge tank in Poppy. And then as soon as Avant came, they would have smashed them in a team fight. What they did instead was fight across the other side of the map, had to run over there. It was a good call in the end, don't get me wrong. Legacy team fought. Choo-Choo's flew over that wall and absolutely styled on people. Like, that was a huge play. But what we're trying to say is that they're not setting up around the objective that they're actually looking to take. And we saw it a couple of times. The fight in Blue Buff, where they thought that they could get a weird pick, but they didn't have successful vision control over. All of a sudden, Avant come out of nowhere, big Lissandra ultimate, crits going everywhere out of Sivir, just turns the fight around.
Exactly, and there's no reason to fight there. Like, the objective that you want is the dragon, and they walked and they shove Avant off of it, and then suddenly it's like, instead of just taking the free objective, we're going to try to fight them. Azir flashes in, and suddenly everyone's dead.
Yeah, and the teamfight fan was pretty obvious from Avant, and actually very effective for a lot of that game. Get triple in there with Lissandra, lock people down, CC them, create this nice big zone where people don't want to walk in, and then Stark just casually walks up to them, starts ricocheting, and people die because Sivir's a really good champion.
But I want to look at the other side of the coin here, because late game, Legacy completely out-executed Avant-Garde. And to me, it was kind of their top laner and support that just outshone their counterparts. And that time and time again, regret telling making plays where Reintier and Destiny couldn't.
No, and I completely agree, but it's also just the cohesion and the unity of Legacy as a unit. They've been a team for much longer than Avant have, especially with Triple and Stark brand new to the roster. So I think it just, like, time, it's just the execution on the team fights. This is what Legacy do, their pride and practice at it, so it just shone through.
Yeah, for as sloppy as maybe some moments were for Legacy, one of their biggest strengths of the team, possibly their greatest, is that they're really good at pulling the trigger quickly, making snap decisions, and team fighting very aggressively in situations where you don't expect to. That experience and that talent shone through here, maybe a bit lacking in some points, but you can see just where the team's talent lies.
Yeah, you certainly can. And with that, Legacy were able to pick up game number 1. However, guys, game number 2 will be just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3.5. Welcome back to the OPL, where Legacy just took game number 1 over Avant-Garde, but it was much closer than we probably originally expected. Hello, everyone. Still Jake Spawn Tiberi, joined by Indiana Frosker and Black and Julian Pastry Time Card, chilling out with me on the desk. However, guys, last night, we asked you to create a GIF, and we're still asking you to do that. Tweet at @lol_Oceania. Use that hashtag IamOPL and create a GIF capturing your favorite moment from the OPL. Tweet us into us, and you will be able to get a Death Blossom Kha'Zix. My personal favorite GIF moment was returning to the office on Tuesday morning and seeing that I had actually, unbeknownst to myself, participated in an OPL show.
You had.
I had.
You were yourself somehow, but not yourself.
It was creepy, man. I was like looking into 6 mirrors.
There's only one moment I need to be perfectly honest.
What was that?
Woo! That's the only GIF I'll ever need from the split.
Have you got one for us?
No.
No.
It can be a game moment as well, don't forget.
Yeah, no, please tweet us game moments as well. Don't just think that you have to tweet about my beard, which was also horrible, and please don't tweet that at me.
Make
However,
beard
guys, as we have a look at this series one more time, just want to repeat, Legacy took game 1. It was quite long and a little bit drawn out, and I think that we actually want to take a look at some of the specific matchups in the game.
Yeah, I actually want to have a look at Lissandra. So, a fairly greedy build from Triple, but a very effective pick from the team. And one of the cool things about what they were trying to do was assemble Siva and Lissandra, which I sort of talked about already. Lissandra goes in, CC's up, creates a nice big zone, and that's all this free space for Siva to just get in and ricochet. So let's have a look at Triple's build. We actually have it for you. Again, very greedy. What's the most obvious thing that's missing?
A Zhonya's Hourglass.
Zhonya's Hourglass is not in this build. It was coming, but he never got there towards the end of it.
I was going to go with Distortion Enchant.
That too is also missing. I would agree with you there.
Doesn't
but
have
this
an
is the thing.
Infinity
This
Edge.
build is also true. This build is great. Lots of damage, great cost-efficient items, plenty of CDR, tons of damage, looks great. Missing a Zhonya's. And you're like, okay, that's a pretty key component of Lissandra. Like, is that a problem? And you might think yes, but I actually think with the way he was playing, there's a QSS on Corki, there's a cleanse on the other mid laner. Who's he going to ulti? Everyone else is too tanky or doesn't matter enough to make a difference. I think Triple's plan was go in, flash W, ulti himself, and then let Stark follow up that way. I saw 2 different team fights. The last one, Tally cancelled his clawing because he didn't flash. He had flash but didn't use it, and then he died. And the other one was doing ulti Choo-Choo's instead of himself. Choo-Choo cleanses out and they lose the team fight. I actually like the build from Triple. I just think he mis-executed on the plan that his own build set up, which was a little weird.
And that is strange because going into a game plan with a game with a very specific plan, which was create a huge zone, kind of like what we say with Kindred and Siva as well, creating this arena where she can just send Beyblades around everywhere and clean everyone up.
I was waiting for
It's
it.
a little bit strange. I love Beyblades so much. So I did think that was a little bit strange, but I think across the other side of the rift, we had another unique pick to Choo-Choo's, which is the Azir. We're seeing it come back into a little bit more popularity, and it's kind of because like a multiple different reasons. The zone controls the build. I know that it's a pick you like.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of Azir. I'm really happy to see him come back into the meta. The primary reasons why I think he's come back into meta is, for number one, his itemization. The AP itemization is vastly different than a lot of other AP mages, and likewise, he isn't punished as harshly by the anti-AP itemization like Maw and things like that, because it's not necessarily burst damage, it's sustained damage through your attack speed and your sand soldiers. The other big thing is he's probably the only mage that outranges Sivir. Like, and she's a medium range 80 carry, like don't get me wrong, like her physical range is very short, but with the bouncing blades, like we saw this in Choo-Choo's dragon fight by setting up the Emperor's Divide and then having his like 3 sand soldiers on the other side where he blocked his team off into the dragon. Sivir couldn't do anything because she couldn't reach anyone in the front line to start bouncing the blades back to him because the sand soldiers extended so far.
And I was actually really impressed with how Choo-Choo's was able to play some of these team fights. We said that Legacy is an aggressive team. Choo-Choo's probably displayed the most patience we've seen out of a Legacy member in recent weeks, and hesitating before diving into fights and definitely picking his moments a little bit better than otherwise?
Yes and no. I think Choose is by nature quite an aggressive player. I know he loves to make big plays. I think he tried to make a few in the early to mid game and then maybe didn't work out as well, and then maybe made a few less and didn't make enough towards the late game. I think by the end, on balance, he actually got to the right spot. But Azir is a very delicate champion. You have to play as aggressive or as passive as the situation requires, and I think he got got it a little off here and there, but his individual play on the champion's excellent. It's a strong laner. I think it's actually great 1v1 isolated, so if everyone's going to be lane swapping, get Azir into the mix, because I think he's just fine there. Chooz is a great player. I did like to see the Choo-Choo's moments come back where he's making big plays, but it's not Zed, buddy. Maybe calm it down a bit.
I mean, he like grants everything that you would want out of a mid laner. He's going to bring wave clear. He's great in an isolated 1v1. He's super safe on an elongated lane if you want to move him around. And he has a 2-item power spike. So he levels up, and then he hyper scales into late game.
You can take almost any summoner as well. We've seen no teleport this game because of Lissandra needing cleanse, but you can take it as well if you want that option also.
And he can siege. Like, it's another thing to say that you have good wave clear, but to also then be a great sieging champion on top of that in a structure-focused meta. It's just like Azir.
He makes structures. It's perfect.
Okay, so away from champion picks just for a little bit. We are going to head into game 2 shortly, guys. We just have a little bit of a delay. I actually want to talk about what we think Avant needs to do to get themselves over the line. They already proved that they can go with this Legacy lineup. We thought it would be a little bit more one-sided, but Legacy obviously still trying to figure some things out on Summoner's Rift. What did Avant not do in that game that would have got them over the edge?
They didn't play the map. And that's weird because we've seen Avant do it. Like, we know that Avant can play to the map as opposed to their opponent. But I said this at the beginning of last block. It's just this idea that they were almost playing how Legacy play, where they were looking for a fight and they wanted the fight so then they could transfer it into an objective as opposed to saying, no, we want the objective and you're either going to fight us for it or you're going to give it to us.
All right, so is there anything else apart from a little bit more Destiny, a little bit Shelby in the shot calling?
That's kind of what I was thinking, actually. Like, and for both teams, honestly, I think Regret had some great moments. He's a very smart cerebral player, and I think Legacy needs to play a bit more like Regret and a little less like Carbon. And probably the same thing, honestly, for Avant. A little more Destiny, little less Shelby. Although I know Destiny can get pretty hot-headed as well, so it kind of depends. I think for me, it's just be consistent with your game plan. Play the map if you pick champions to play the map. Play teamfight if you pick to play teamfight. Avant, I think, split the middle a couple times there, and it did cost them in key moments. Because execution, you could see where they could have won a lot of key fights, but they were just a little short here and there.
And what does this actually mean for Avant in the long run? Obviously, this game can get them into playoffs if the stars align for them, but the new roster definitely looking like a strict upgrade nearly across the board. Rain tier, Triple, Stark, all looking pretty fantastic in that game.
I mean, they just gave Legacy kind of a run for their money for the majority of that game. So pound for skill, they look phenomenal.
I think both these rosters are actually surprisingly similar in where they're at right now. Some veteran players combined with some young players, clearly a lot of talent. Yes, Legacy may have gotten better faster and just arguably have better players across the board. But I think both these teams, if they continue to play well, be consistent, and improve their overall game, the ceiling's actually very high for both of them.
And obviously we knew Legacy had locked in #1 seed going into this matchup. However, last 3 games have looked a little bit shakier than we otherwise would have liked. What can they do to really cement themselves as that favorite? Because they're #1 seed and they've earned it. They're going to be 9-1 if they win this game. But what can they do to cement themselves as the favorites going into this playoff run? Is there one thing they can clean up for you?
You know that I'm just going to sound like a broken record,
Yeah,
and I'm just going to say
all right,
they're
cool.
not
Pastry.
I think actually pick your team fights a little better. You're a strong team fighting team. I know that's where you like to play. Just don't face check Siva Lissandra.
Oh, look at the mentality. One saying don't fix your weaknesses. One saying play to your strengths. This is psychology all over again. I'm confused, but the players are ready to get into game #2. So here's Atlas and Rusty to take us there.
I'm confused too, Spawn, but that is no surprise. And Rusty, look, excited to see Legacy taking that victory, of course, because, you know, top team looking like they're definitely still in form. But Avant, see if they can claw back. I feel like we've got a series on our hands.
We definitely have Avant showing up to this best of 3, and a lot of question marks still to be raised about Legacy. They need to shake the jitters out. I think just plain and simple, right? They're about to come into a playoff run as the #1 seed, irrespective of this game's result. They need to get it together. They need to be much more efficient in the way that they're playing the map, and in particular the map, so that when they come into the playoffs, they are in a power point.
Yeah, especially early on as well, as that was champion select for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Quickest champion select you have ever seen in your entire life, as we are going to get back to it ASAP. Don't worry. It wasn't actually everything going through. Imagine if it was on like super fast forward and we had to go through every single pick that quickly. That would be out of control. As we are, of course, in there finally. So Gangplank is going to be taken away first up here from Avant, as we are going to switch sides. This could actually be a big deal, because now Legacy, with that final pick option, so can give that to Chooz and give him that big counter pick there in the mid lane. It may mean that Avant have to ban away the Lissandra instead, maybe sort of cutting their options a little bit.
Perhaps, yeah. I think that Legacy in the last drafting phase actually attacked Reintier in the top lane with the Fiora ban, the Trundle ban as well, I believe, and a lot of champions just taken off the board in the way of what AV's top laner wants to be.
So no counter pick Zed. That is why. It's the blue side ban. If you're a Zed player, you don't want that Zed there.
Well, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like
Yeah.
Both of these guys, they play a very strong Zed. No doubt you want that taken away, especially against the last pick. So yes, you are right. The question mark to be raised now, though, is where do they follow up the rest of these bans?
Well, exactly. And Legacy, I'm going to think about it, but in the end it is going to be Morgana taken away from Destiny. Of course, definitely a champion that he has been defaulting to a heck of a lot recently. I'm actually glad that it's banned because it just raises the likelihood on the Bard. I love that champion. Really want to see him
Just
pick
love
that one
Bard,
up.
man.
Oh no, so good. So good. So Destiny, listen to us. Pick the Bard.
Yeah, I think that, okay, so Morgana being banned, I think Braum is always going to be the number one
Well, yes.
priority in terms of supports, but perhaps more likely, of course, Regret does play it as well. And we'll see where they go towards. The Alistar was, honestly, it was great anyway. I don't think he needs to veer away from that just yet. I think if we're looking at champions of priority, Poppy is probably the number one that comes to mind still.
Yeah, well, Callista is still there, of course, a champion that was banned away pretty early on in the draft last time around, but Fiora
Oh my god, it's left
is
up.
now available. So Reindeer can pick that one up if you'd like to. Of course, still a lot of other priorities there. The Poppy still available. Lots of stuff that is just, in general, very strong is available to be picked up. You've already mentioned the Braum. Of course,
Lissandra first
Kindred,
pick,
Gragas,
perhaps, makes sense.
Lissandra, yeah, of course.
Corki as well. The flex picks more important than Fiora.
Yeah, well, Tally is going to hover his once favorite champion, the Radius Slayer Riven. They're on the top side of the map.
The one-time wonder.
Yep, exactly
In that
right.
respect, is he did switch to AD carry after top lane, and now he's back. I don't know which one is the rightful throne. He's just back. The top laner now.
Well,
And that's a quick lock-in.
yeah, Carbon going to take away the Trundle here as the Corki was locked in, so the Civ are going to be picked up over the side of Legacy. It's now AV. We'll see exactly what they are going to be taking here. So they have a fair bit of time. Shelby going through a whole lot of champions, and we'll see what he does fall on here, because this is a big deal. The fact that Gragas is available, something that Shelby has found a lot of success on. A lot of jungle is still here. It's only really the Nidalee that's been taken away. And Shelby can play a heck of a lot of stuff.
Absolutely. I think that based off the champions as a jungle pick, Shelby has so many options to him. I think Rek'Sai is definitely one worth considering. Yeah. Honestly, Gragas is just uncontested. I'm so shocked that he hasn't been getting picked up.
Barge. Thanks, Destiny. Thank you so much. Beautiful. So, that is a possible bottom lane duo. And the jungler locked in here from AV, not showing their hand too much. Of course, can flex that Corki into the mid lane if they want to. They feel like that's a good idea, as Legacy now thinking about what they want to take for their last two picks. A bit of a switcheroo, as we have now the Corki on AV's side as opposed to the Sivir. And we'll see whether King can get more work done now on this champion, because he was a relative non-factor in the last game. A little bit towards the earlier
Sort of, yeah. Sivir still going to facilitate the team far better as well this time around. Just kind of press the R button.
Yep.
Everyone can still do the same thing and got a little bit more used to it. What I'm most curious about right now, though, even just from this drafting phase, is how can King essentially show Stark how to play Sivir, right? In the way of positioning, the way of putting your face straight into it and doing as much damage as you can with the W. Got all of the ricochets off.
I'm going to look back at Split 1 of the OPL, or sort of 2015 OPL, and remembering what King was able to do on that Sivir.
Yeah.
And that was most definitely putting your face in it in a pretty incredible way. As Choose, he's going to lock away the LeBlanc, and we've got a lot of pick potential coming out now with Carbon picking up that Elise, a champion that I was expecting him to go to in game number 1, to be perfectly frank.
Yeah, definitely. I think Elise kind of a preference pick for Carbon, just as much as it is Shelby. And Choo Choo's getting the LeBlanc. You're right, it's a lot of pick potential. Sivir Ultimate to speed him up, Trundle to catch him out of position. If what they're missing is a support, not a top laner, then they should just get some kind of hard engage. If what they're missing is a top laner, not a support, because Regret's going to take the Trundle, and they probably want the Poppy, something like that they can get a flank off. And then Legacy's comp is very well rounded.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll see exactly what is going to be taken up there. Of course, I love the sort of change of prioritization as well, now giving Tally that final pick, which is something that Legacy often do. They really try and facilitate this guy. It's why he's got such an incredible statistical record throughout the OPL, because he's given a lot of resources by the team, and we can see that it has actually been paying off for Legacy, as they are, in fact, 8-1, which makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, Legacy with...
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, they've locked that in, of course. I think the only thing that really stood out about that is Fiora. not being played by the Fiora main Rain tier in the top lane.
Yeah.
Actually went towards Poppy, which is very smart. It takes it away from Tally, so no massive surprises there. Also lets Tally play the Trundle into this matchup and sustain his way through it, be quite comfortable. As Tally indefinitely is, always shows up in this top lane.
Most certainly. So, AV sort of now going over to what Legacy were doing in game number 1. Basically,
Still
with the
no
Poppy,
Braum.
with the Azir, and yeah, you're right, no Braum. But we saw Regret doing fantastic things, especially later on in that game with the Alistar. And like you said earlier on, I mean, it makes sense that he would just go back to it because it was a pretty damn good performance, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It definitely still makes sense. I just am very much perplexed by the lack of Gragas and the lack of Braum that we're seeing in the OPL this week alone, because it has been seen before. It's not like they don't play it. It's just they're not opting into it. So support's going for Bard, going for Alistar. Feels like a stylistic thing. Braum doesn't have the most guaranteed type of engage. He's not as tanky in certain scenarios. And I almost called it the Ejim theory. If you don't ward with your jungler and you get caught out of position, not many champions are able to live besides Braum and Alistar. Alistar just does a little bit better. You actually just pop R and run away.
He's got that oh shit button.
Yeah.
Really. Where he's just like, oh, hang on. We've got to make our way out, guys. The stampede then begins, and they move on out. So Regret going to go back to that one, making it an Alistar Sivir lane. We'll see whether that is going to be the actual lane or whether there is going to be any swaps this time around. Because AV probably prepared for a lane swap this time instead of getting caught out. We'll see whether Chovy is going to get sent back early like last time as well. So Carbon putting on a lot of pressure. But ladies and gentlemen, if you believe in AV, if you think that this is going to be a 3-game series that we're all secretly wishing for, use that hashtag AV win. Or if you think that Legacy are going to stay dominant, the Legacy Legion out in force, most definitely use that hashtag LGC win. See whether our reigning champions are going to be able to make it to that 9-1 position. Of course, we're not reigning champions, but leaders in the OPL leaderboard at the moment.
Current #1 rating team, looking to cement their position even further as we move towards playoffs. Legacy.
That's a better way of putting it, Rusty. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're onto the Rift map.
We are. We most certainly are. Chuchu's going to make his way out here towards the middle of the map. We'll see exactly what is going to eventuate now as Azir moving down relatively low. It's a defensive formation at the moment with a Poppy and a Rek'Sai holding hands.
Have you ever thought that Thunderlord's decree could actually just be called Thor's?
Thor's?
Yeah, because Thor, lightning.
Oh, yeah.
Thunderlords. It's like, did they think of that when they made it? It's just me.
That's ridiculous. I love it. Reindeer taking a heck of a lot of damage from Tally.
I'm just going to call it Thor's.
Yeah, well, Thor's on the whole bottom side of the map here from Avant, with a bit of the middle of it included in that. It's Chovy not going to be able to get rid of the ward, and Carbon going to throw a Spiderling at him, which is pretty rude.
Yeah, just kind of setting themselves up with the standard wards. Butting heads, as Carbon always does. Always.
Yeah.
Last game, we saw the exact same thing, hitting him until there was a recall, and then just goes and deep invade. Legacy and AV alike are currently in the process of lane swapping. AV don't know that Legacy are about to be where they are, and
well, they spot them now. Oh, there's the Meep auto from Destiny is King going the long way around.
oh, get the next auto. Oh, yeah, he's done it.
There it is.
Making
There's the
money.
slow. And all of those Spell Thief stacks now used up. Like you mentioned, the important stuff, Rusty.
Absolutely. You know, your only real goal as a bard at level 1 is to make as much money as you can.
I'd actually really like it if we could just take this game as like Bard Watch. And you could just take us through exactly what Destiny's thought process should be.
I don't want to go that deep.
Love the champion. Well, Destiny, right at the moment, is just harassing.
To be fair, I already told you just to make money.
Yeah. Well, he's taking it to heart right now.
Yeah, Alistar Sivir level 1 is Sivir reliant, most importantly, and what it means is that Bard can afford to be over-aggressive, but Stark can position himself forward as well, and make sure they don't trade with the Bard. And this is AV's bottom lane having absolute control, predicting the lane swap.
Man, Destiny. There's the Cosmic Binding. Able to lock this one down. So already, yep, a lot of pressure. There's Regret just stomping his feet, and he's just, I'm mad, I'm upset. Let's choose. Going to go aggressive out of triple, but you can see the Azir.
He is done.
Not too bad out of triple as well. And I mean, can be a dangerous situation, right? When you pick a champion away from someone that just played it expertly in the game prior. Because, you know, there's sort of like the mirror matchup mentality, you know?
It's the sending us message type of thing. Of course,
Yeah.
Triple needs to show up if he's going to send any messages. I think
Oh.
Carbon actually might have the flank here, depending on where he wants to go.
Slight mistiming as well.
No
His Carbon
cleanse.
wasn't seen.
Has no cleanse, so if Choose goes in,
Oh, Spidey senses
my
were
God,
tingling there
what?
as Triple. He's going to flash out of the way after dodging this the chain. Now going to move up.
decides to take some damage though. Because, you know,
Yeah, because why not?
needs to be worth something. Carbon actually did very well to get behind. They just didn't engage well enough as these two.
Oh my goodness, Reindeer has to flash as Tally decides not to go after him. Dominance asserted on the bottom side of the map as Stark as well in so much trouble. King now with the spell shield, not going to get the mana back from it though as Destiny. He's like, I just can't leave you alone for a second, Mr. Stark. Tony? Never called him Mr. Stark before. That just confused me a lot. Is it Iron Man on the top side of the map?
Oh boy, that's something else.
That's new. It's mostly the Game of Thrones references that come out.
You know, oh well. Saying that, you know, whenever Bard is there.
Yeah, Shelby
Oh, wow,
looking for it. Gets the flash knock up.
Which one's real?
Yeah, the passive comes out as Choose. Does land the chain, of course. Tally's actually just going to teleport in. Shelby, he might fall down. First blood goes to the trundle. Cocoon lands. It's a double as Carbon locks up the second. Legacy. This is the early game we're expecting.
AV basically have to do a 360 and walk away after that one. That engage was good from Shelby, but it wasn't good enough. Most importantly, Tally's teleport after having forced Reindeer back was impeccable. The flash engage, look how quick he teleports in. That zones triple. And the fact that Choose actually hits the chains gives Carbon enough time to flash over that wall, secure the second kill, because Tally was already there for the first. The communication from Legacy, that was impressive.
Yeah, incredibly good. As you can see, Stark still pushing up here on the top side of the map. 6CS is the lead here for the Corki as Reindeer now back on the bottom side, but Tally with a lot of control now. Now King's Tribute keeping him so healthy at the same time. Still has all of his corrupting potion stacks. No worries at all.
King's Tribute, is that the name of it?
King's Tribute, yes.
How appropriate.
Huh.
He's essentially the tribute for King in this
Oh.
game is what I am getting at, of course.
In the last game, I mean, King was just Tribute, basically,
Yeah.
a lot of the time. So it's just makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways. As Tally's going to get the knockback on in the wrong direction there on the pillar. Can't continue on with that
got
aggression.
him.
It's fantastic Cosmic Binding comes in, but King's just going to eat all of the mana back up.
This isn't going to let up anytime soon for Legacy. They do need assistance in this top lane or they're going to potentially run the risk of being dove. Wouldn't surprise me if Shelby decided that top lane was his choice lane to gank, especially as they get closer and closer to that level 6 mark. It was getting flashbacks to exactly a minute ago almost.
Yeah, Reindeer actually going to use the ultimate as Tally just dies under the turret. It's the 1v1 kill. Trundle is so huge, man. It's just ridiculous.
That was actually a massive misplay, though, from Reindeer. Used the ultimate simply to knock him up when there was no flash available for the Poppy. Goes down for it. Should have actually threatened the Heli Poppy and tried to knock him away.
Maybe thought that he didn't have enough time.
Well, I mean, Tally had flash. He could have used it maybe to dodge the ultimate. It slows you down as well when you're charging it, but all things considered, nice stuff.
Yeah, Destiny going to tank a turret shot, but not going to be too bad there as Choose lands the chain triple down to about 300 health. Things going wrong across the board here for AV in the early game this time. It's translated into about 1,000 gold lead, and we know what Carbon can do with that as now Shelby is level 5, moving towards the mid lane as Carbon's just going to say, okay, I'll just be out of here then.
You know those moments where, like, you've seen him, but you know if you move, he'll spot you? So you just recall on the spot because you don't know what else to do. I feel like that's the point that he just hit.
Well, Triple just going to skate away from the cocoon. Carbon takes a turret shot. Actually, no, doesn't. Cancels it. Using that repel. Nicely done.
Yeah, Carbon. Showing his presence of mind, I suppose, to work around the map effectively. Rek'Sai this time around, though. We've got the jump on each other, never mind.
Yeah, Cocoon going to land Shelby. Grabs the Rift Scuttler. That's all he's interested in. Just going to tunnel his way out. As Carbon just says, oh, friend.
5 gold, worth it.
I know, Spiderling falls down. Carbon didn't deny it by heading back into Lady form.
About 1/14 of the benefit the Scuttle Crab just gave. Not including the dragon control that it provides without the necessity for wards.
Yep.
This is still the only real issue for Legacy. In saying that, it's still a Sivir. All things considered.
Yeah.
Going to press his R button. Legacy will be perfectly content with that.
And King's not far behind at all. As there is another tweet in by Nigel. What happens if Legacy only looked shaky last game before they wanted to practice playing when behind? Hashtag Treeception. Hashtag Legacy win. I am OPL. Look, your guess is as good as mine, sir. But there seems to be a lot of mind games this game.
I'm going to debunk that and just say probably not. it's
Aww.
worth considering. It's definitely...
A resounding awe from everyone, both in this room and in the production studio.
But Legacy, you have to remember, the OPL, they probably want to win.
Damn right. Especially trying to get to that 9-1 mark at the same time, just because, you know, that was what Chiefs managed to get first split last year. If they can do a repeat performance, could be just Chiefs again this time around. Instead,
I will say,
it's
however,
Legacy.
definitely have a lot of things that they're trying to work out, so experimenting could have been a consideration.
True.
As the games themselves don't necessarily determine any outcome in this split.
Well, Legacy, of course, don't have a lot to lose in this game, is another thing that we sort of haven't mentioned. It is an opportunity for them to try out new things, potentially. Cosmic Binding is going to come down. Carbon spots Chelby, taking away the red buff. He's going to do so successfully. And he's now just going to back.
Carbon has the red, right? They've both got a red, yeah. Carbon got his own one.
Yeah. Well, Carbon just going to eat some tunnels. You see Chelby cheeky back. As there's a package available for Stark. We'll see whether he can get something going on, because AV needs something here. They've missed out on 3 kills. Of course, one of them being that solo in the bottom lane. The other couple being there in the mid lane with a nice play from Legacy.
And most of the emphasis of both of these teams has been around the the top side, as this is the isolated area that Tally has ult.
Well, there's the ultimate to come out from Reintier, as he was actually might have been baited in there as the Subjugate's going to go down. Reintier, no charges left on that Corrupting Potion as the Subjugate is going to wear off. Reintier very, very low. That flash just back available from Tally.
He was definitely baited in, but there's only so much damage that a Poppy takes, as much as Trundle as well. So they do kind of reset. The advantage definitely still gained by Tally in this bottom lane as the down under lanes continue, but Chelby is going to have his save. Hello.
Yep, Empress Divide comes in as Carbon's just going to use that repel to get over the top of it. Looking for the cocoon now as Triple. Actually, it must have been used earlier on, as now Cosmic Binding finds Carmen just a slow. His Destiny is going to pay a visit. And now Regret looking to clear out this pink ward. Nice slow there from the Meeps. There's the Thunderlords from Stark as well, so a fair bit of damage.
Too.
Yeah, gets stunned actually for his trouble, as level 6 has been hit by Regret. They can go for the re-engage as Carbon right now. Pretty squishy. And Shelby is looking for Tally. No Subjugate available, but can they actually go for the dive? I don't think so.
I think the safe assumption is probably no. This is risky business. Speaking
all
of,
signs point to no, as
when will it
Carbon, in a whole host of trouble, uses the repel, uses it in order to get out of the way now, as Triple's going to make his way and just slides his way through a Stark. He's going to be able to pick up the kill on the jungler. Once again, a little bit over-aggressive positioning from Carbon. We've seen it before. And Chelby, another visit. There's the knock-up. There's a heroic charge. Tally could be in trouble. There it is. Reintier gets his revenge on Legacy's top laner.
Legacy on 2 different fronts actually fall down. So pointless, honestly, on the side of Carbon. Didn't need to be where he was. Just, I guess, knowing that Chelby was on the bottom side of the map, looked to make something happen as Regret's here.
Speaking of trying to make things happen,
no.
he just pounds the ground. He's upset.
But so, like, the reason that was bad by Carbon is because he saw Chelby and said, I'm able to steal your jungle. But this top lane, I guess the duo lane of Legacy, is not exactly winning. They aren't in control, and Destiny has been unlocked to roam wherever he would like, which is straight into the face of Carbon on this Elise, not a tanky champion.
Yeah, not to mention Triple made his way around quite nicely. Cut off that one, so Stark was able to Valk in, pick up the kill. It was sort of nice coordinated play as well as being a bit of a misplay on the side of Legacy, so...
It's just straight up Destiny saying, I have no idea why he's in your jungle, I can kill him.
Yeah.
And then, like, tells Triple to rotate. You can tell the shot calling is definitely Destiny.
Well,
he is
Reintier,
stuck.
Oh, stuck in the wall as Tally's just wailing on him. Just channels the ultimate. Is going to knock the Trundle away as Reintier now trying to get away from Carbon.
Chooses here too.
Yeah, Choose moving in. There's the flash from Reintier. Now Carbon has to land the cocoon. We'll see whether he can, as Choose actually going to get knocked into the wall. Lots of damage as he's tanking up the turret. One more auto attack will do it as Reintier Brilliant play out of the Poppy.
Yeah, Rentier managing to get out, outplays them as Choose was the one attempting to engage. No summoners have to be burned though on the side of Legacy. And really it's just a lot of damage back onto this Poppy. More pressure as Shelby really likes fighting.
He likes fighting top laners, man. That's his thing. There's now Carbon still in here looking for a Cocoon. Shelby's just going to get eaten though, as the turret shot follows him up into the sky. Triple will be able to take down the mid lane outer turret in trade though, so that's going to even up the gold almost completely.
Bottom lane
Oh
turret.
my goodness. Flash Pulverize just misses. And Stark going to have a giggle, as he does.
Yeah, Legacy, they are trying to make things happen. I guess the question mark is, why are they trying to make everything happen? You
At
don't need
once.
to engage top lane, you don't need to engage whilst bottom lane is. They do trade turrets though. Legacy still feeling good.
Subjugate still on cooldown here for Tally in that last engagement. So, oh, there's the headbutt pulverizes. Destiny takes a lot of damage. Lots back though. There is Stark. Actually blows the heal in order to keep Destiny alive. Tempered Fate comes in just so that they can dive. Triple looking for it now as he sets up a soldier. King with the on the hunt though. He's going to be able to survive. A little bit of a misplay there from Triple because he just didn't get any damage down.
Yeah, Triple didn't really hit the mark there with his combo. The flash was very much pointless as he was trying to use his ult onto a no spell shield Sivir, but I'm going to call that desperation.
I feel like he didn't sand glide.
Well, he'd already used it.
Yeah.
And then he flashed reactively to Sivir's flashes. Tally's maybe in trouble here.
Yeah, decent counter
Yeah, he
gank here
is.
from Carbon though. Not quite enough, as he is going to now slink back underneath his turret. AB still want this. As you can see, Rentier just happy to tank up this turret for quite a long time. Nice use of Repel. Carbon is going to be safe, but not his top laner.
Yeah, Rentier and Shelby not walking together. They're stipended a bit, give him a way out. Carbon manages to live. The turret, on the other hand, that is long gone.
Most certainly. So AV, standard lanes are able to grab the outer ring already here at 15 minutes into the game. That is 3-1 as far as those turrets are concerned, equaling a little bit of a global gold advantage reflected in the gold of about 2,000.
Yeah.
The lead for AV.
Mid turret being broken as well in essentially a solo lane is very unfortunate for Legacy, considering that Choose has a 30-odd CS lead, still
Yeah.
struggling to get anything done. And both of these mid laners have spent a lot of time rotating and moving around the map proactively to make plays. Azir just so good at sieging.
Well, Triple actually going to get hit by the chain now as Regret's going to make his way through. The barrier comes down. Empress Divide gets rid of Regret as he just surfs over the top. Choose now actually tanking up the turret. This is unfortunate. Rentier picks up the kill on the LeBlanc as Regret now with the ultimate running is trying to stay alive in this fight. Tally now may have caught out Shelby, but he tunnels away. Destiny now as well. We'll see what he can do now. He's found his way in as Stark just lays down the red carpet across the mid lane. And nothing much going to come from it. So it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end, mid laner for top laner.
Yeah, they do somehow only trade 1-for-1. Legacy getting the jump on AV this time around. Choose getting caught in a very awkward situation, choosing between dying to the turret or dying to AV's champions. As Regret,
Tempered Fate, Destiny looking to lock this one down. There it is. Stark picks up the kills. Carbon still going aggressive. Shelby, though, so tanky now in the front line as King's turned it around. Really nice pillar out from Tallies. He's managed to nail the positioning on these ones so often. They do lock down the kill on the jungler. Carbon now still aggressive, even though he's on about 500 health. Oh, stun.
yeah,
Almost landing onto Carbon with the Spiderling.
they just got one mode right now, Legacy and AV, and it's go.
Yeah,
Every single opportunity they get, they're just hitting each other and trying to outplay each other. This is a sign of neither team playing the map, only playing the champions. It's not the AV that we expected. This is the Legacy that we expected, but nowhere near as refined as what we're used to seeing either. This is becoming a scrappy battle.
yeah. And to use a OPL in joke, this is a game that Chippies would definitely be proud of.
Oh, God.
There
Nah, it's
is-
not ARAM enough.
There is a bunch of fighter though, man. So much fighting. Legacy and AV both definitely happy to throw some fisticuffs.
It's just perplexing to me, though. Like, they're not getting ahead from fighting. AV are getting ahead from fighting. One time AV took out Chiefs. That was by just winning lanes and killing them.
Yeah.
This time around, Legacy are kind of doing the same thing. They're just getting away with it a little bit more so.
Well, Dragon going to be started up here. Scrying Orb, I believe, gave them vision of it, but it was placed very strangely. Carbon going to clear it out though. The Dragon is going to fall. As Reindeer was slinking around, you can see AV utilizing this in order to get some pressure in the jungle. Rift Herald going to be traded over as Chelby going to start that one up for his team.
Yeah, AV. They get the immediate response. The hard part now, though, is where they actually allocate their lanes and their presence across the map. Do they all commit to top lane? Do they commit to mid? There's no outer turrets remaining. Legacy, they've got options.
Well, Chelby going to donate that Rift Herald buff over to Stark after a little bit of deliberation. And now AV looking to try and lock down Tally. There's the Chilling Smite. But Chelby not going to be able to find the engagement, and King is pushing relentlessly here towards the bottom side of the map.
Reindeer's got him.
Yeah, can he actually get the heroic charge into the wall? He can. There's the stun. So much damage onto King as he uses the ultimate, but the ult comes out from Reindeer as well. Flashes on top. King in so much trouble. Spell shields there. Heroic charge closes the distance, and King's going to fall down. Regret just has to look on in horror as his AD carry is murdered right in front of his eyes. Carbon going to cop the same thing. Those Spiderlings are so pesky. They get you Cosmic Bound, my friend, and Destiny able to lock that one through. They might actually grab Tally here as well as Tempered Fate comes in. Oh, nicely stepped in as Tally's going to be there. The knock-up comes down from Chelby, though, as Stark just putting his face right on top of this troll, but he's lasting so long. The Grasp of the Undying doing so much work. Chelby just trying to fight him, but it's not enough. As Choose now right over the top. Cosmic Binding actually going to land the stun as Stark tries to get it, but can't do anything. And my God, there are so many fights.
The fact that Legacy are even getting trades is like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. There's no reason. Carbon caught out in the jungle. King just decides that he really likes dying and split pushing and never grouping up as a Sivir, because that's what you do as a Sivir. You know, you split push alone when your support's not there to protect you. I mean, just big mistake.
That was sarcasm, everyone at home, by the way.
Absolutely sarcasm. It was so bad. Like, don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, again, so they're trying to get objectives. They've got top lane turret. They've got mid lane turret. The outers are still standing. King and Regret, they're bottom with the outer turret already dead. Why are you there?
Yeah, what are you going to achieve? As Triple clearing out all of the backline creeps with one auto attack from a couple of soldiers. As Destiny's going to find his way in here. They're looking for Carbon as Stark right on top of it. On the hunt's being popped. Shelby once again all the way in it. And these Sand Soldiers are able to wreck the front line. Look at this massive damage as Regret has to use the ultimate. Reindeer on the backside. Yeah, Choo Choo's in a whole host of trouble as Triple now trying to close the gap. Emperor's Divide still available for the Azir as he locks down Regret as well. And it looks like the Emperor of Shurima is online.
It's actually happening over and over again. I'm getting deja vu of just not wanting to win the game for Legacy.
And they started off Baron.
No vision control. Deep diving into enemy jungle. We're banking on a Carbon miracle and nothing short of it just now.
Oh, that's actually a lot of damage there as King uses the spell shield. He's going to get out of the Tempered Fate as AV's health bars are going down very, very low. This Baron could be a big deal as Emperor's Divide comes in. Choose takes a lot of burst. Carbon steals it. He's going to die immediately afterwards, but Legacy grabbed the Baron.
Again, what more can I possibly say?
That reaction's just priceless. What's going on in this game?
It's so bad that it's working. It's like deriving a chaos theory out of nothing just by like forcing AV into confusion. It's like playing against a Zubat in a cave where he uses
Supersonic?
Supersonic. You just get confused 2 times in a row, you get really pissed off.
Yep.
You start hitting yourself.
Yeah, especially when it's like Confuse Ray as well, when it's a goal bat.
Like, this is genuinely what Legacy are doing in this game. AV kind of keep disengaging from the Baron. They take a lot of damage from it, so they can't commit to any raw fights. And Triple's sole purpose there was to disengage Carbon. Unfortunately, did it a little bit too early. Carbon had his flash. Picks up the Baron, and a lot of low health bars have to walk away.
Yeah, well, AV still with a gold lead of about 800 now as we move into the mid-game, 22 minutes in. And Legacy have a Baron buff on a couple of their members. We'll see whether they're going to be able to use this to break down these outer turrets and really take this gold lead for themselves. Because, of course, what's really doing it for AV at the moment is the fact that they're 4 turrets to 2 in their favor. As you can see, Legacy, what they want to do is fight in the jungle. We've got a Baron buff, guys. Quickly, let's get in the jungle.
But they keep getting caught out by Bard when they're fighting in the jungle. That's the crazy thing to me. Is AV's vision, above all else, has been quite good.
Oh, it's a collapse from AV as well. As you can see, Tally does have the teleport available, but he's towards the top side of the map. Going to take him some time to get in here as King. He's popped the ultimate. They're trying to look for this one as Reindeer. Massive 4-man ultimate. Gets himself on top of King.
Choo Choo's caught in the Tempered Fate, though. There's the Cosmic Binding. Choo's locked down as Carbon very, very low. AV trying to get something back as Choo's. Oh, Carbon burns to death as Chelby all the way in the backline. Teleport's going to be used now from Tally as the Mimic Distortion gets Choo Choo's out of trouble. Chelby falls. These scrappy teamfights will not stop from either side as Legacy are able to come out on top in that one.
I've worked it out, Atlas. It's because they've got the Junkyard Trundle that the scrappy fights are working out for Legacy.
Oh, beautiful.
To be fair, it actually is working out for that exact reason. Tally's been putting in work, and they actually catch AV out of position. Regret, he's done it again.
Yeah, there's the Flash Pulverized. Destiny forced to use the Flash. Magical Journey just gets eaten right in the middle of it. That was not the Magical Journey he was looking for. Now it's Triple. Can he get it as King? He's very, very low,
No,
but he
he
may have bitten
can't.
off more than he can shoot. Emperor's Divide, so much damage. That is going to be the double kill now for the Trundle as Subjugate just tears him in half. And Stark just saying, guys, I just want to clear out the creep wave. Can we just go back to playing strategic League of Legends for 1 second so I can get some items and we can win the game? No,
Nah,
says
not done,
Reindeer.
nah.
He's like, nah, I'm fighting the troll.
And here's Rek'Sai, just to really cement this fact. King's in.
Yeah, Shelby gets the knock up onto Tally, who doesn't have the Subjugate back available. Flash Heroic Charge, of course. Gets Reindeer amongst it as Tally quite low. And he is going to survive for now.
Don't be surprised if Shelby chases him to the ends of the earth. Just watch him mini-map. It's going to be glorious. See what he does.
And Carbon's like, oh, for God's sake, can we just get an objective?
Heavens above.
Oh, golly gee. Shoes is going to make his way in. He's going to help secure that dragon. As now AV moving around. Of course, the top lane jungle duo of the tanky members of this side in the front line doing some work. See whether they can tidy things up. As the dust settles, Rusty, it's a 5-0-2 Stark, who's pretty dang huge on this Corki right now. More of Malmortius completed as his second item, which is a little bit different, but definitely understandable here with a couple of burst damage sources in the forms of Carbon and Choo Choos.
I think that's a to each their own type of item build.
Yep.
AD carry Corki might be preferencing damage, but they've got a mid laner zero scaling, so it works out for them to an extent. 5-0-2. Stark is probably the only person on AV that Legacy would look at and say they perhaps want the kills to be on him if they were to give them over. He struggles to actually make it work in teamfights.
Well, there's no teleport actually on Tally here as AV positioning for this teamfight. Spell Shield now on cooldown from King. That could be a big deal if this fight actually breaks out. Triple caught by the Cocoon, tanking up the turret there at the same time, but absolutely fine. Turret is going to be traded there for the outer towards the top side. Teleport comes in. Reindeer is going to be matching the push of this Trundle, but it's only a 1-for-1 turret trade. The ultimate comes in, actually. Tally might need to be a little bit careful, but I believe that was just a love tap. As they're now diving, Stark in trouble as he gets knocked up. Shutdown comes in. King able to do so much damage. Emperor's Divide going to stop Regret from getting out of the way of the Sun Turret as the exhaust is there. Shelby now tanking up these members as he's just going down so low. Destroyed by Carbon as Destiny going to magical journey his way back in. Heal comes down. Decent, but it's a double kill now for Carbon, and Destiny's going to be falling. Legacy, amazing use of everyone's abilities, and King somehow staying alive, getting so much consistent damage in that fight.
Yeah, this time around, Legacy actually look much more cohesive as a unit. It's individual decision-making, but it's also hitting the right targets together. King barely living. Great use of the Spell Shield, most importantly, as this was the flip side of what actually happened. Reindeer wasting his ultimate earlier. We'll see what happens, because I don't actually pay attention to this part. Oh, wow. He interrupted the dodge with the pillar.
Yeah, that was cute.
Not that it seems to matter. Or it matters. Who really knows? Why
Who
are we
even
watching
won this? All right, there it is.
There we go.
Meanwhile, the cacophony towards the bottom side of the
grab
map
your
was
party hats,
ensuing.
Atlas.
Yeah, exactly.
We're in a fiesta.
Oh, dear. Well, as far as this one is concerned, it's a very fun one.
My God.
Oh, Reindeer's still looking for
He's
more.
putting his face in it.
Yeah, well, the chain's going to land, so Reindeer's going to get snared, but still, does a lot of damage. Almost has that Spirit Visage completed as his third item.
There are still advantages being gained pretty much everywhere by Legacy. Even the farm values kind of speak volumes to how the game is going right now.
Yeah.
Legacy, even though it's scrappy, even though it's messy, still find themselves ahead. I guess prospering in the chaos. They'll have fun against Bangkok Titans if they make it through.
Damn right.
Also, Chelby's just genuinely struggling. It's an aggressive item build that it's not really necessary.
This is what he's done before
on the Rek'Sai as well. Does like the Titanic Hydra.
And it's not bad at all, but it's just Shelby not needing to do it.
Yeah. Just Shelby things. Is Destiny been looking for some chimes around the map. Has been picking up a few there as well as Choo Choo's just asserting dominance here in the mid lane with an aggressive distortion into nothing.
Also, honestly, Stark going for the Maw of Malmortius. He's lacking so much damage. Could have just left it at a Hex Drinker, worked towards the Infinity Edge. Consider that last skirmish all over again and how low Legacy's health bars were.
Yeah.
If Stark was positioned to do the damage, this could have been different. Regret.
Well, you can see Legacy trying to move Sivir and Elise into this fight as Regret's going to start it up. Triple going to get knocked into the air. Empress Divide comes down though as Choose might be in a bunch of trouble. He's going to slide his way out of the fight, but that means a lot of consistent DPS missing from this one as Triple, of course, completely absent. Shelby so low in the backline as he's now trying to take them on a merry ride around the jungle. Choose going to lock that one down with the chain as Reindeer now right in amongst it, knocks away one of the members as I believe Choose falls down and Tally locks down the Poppy. A double kill comes in for this troll as he's so huge. Double hit of the boomerang as well as King is doing a lot of damage. Choose looking for it onto Stark. That's why you build the Maw of Malmortius, I believe, as the Corki's going to survive.
I feel like if that's the sole reason he's built the Maw of Malmortius, I have some questions for him though. Legacy, they have found another team fight. Regret is staying level-headed. He's engaging effectively. The teleport was good from Legacy, and it feels like they've reassessed the situation, and they've come to the conclusion that they actually do want to win.
Yeah.
And they've started being much more effective with their team fighting and execution as a 5-man roster.
And Triple as well. I mean, he had a fantastic laning phase, but unfortunately doesn't look like he has the team fighting prowess that we saw in game number 1 on this Azir. And Stark has the package. See whether AV can claw something back in. This King, I believe, may have stolen some popcorn chicken there from Shelby. And my god, the damage from this Sivir.
And look at the difference, though, between the way King plays, the way Stark plays on this Sivir. He does straight up run at them, King. Uses those W bounces to do as much damage as he possibly can.
Yeah.
The point is he utilizes the spell shield effectively by being in the front whilst he has it available. Stark, even on Corki, playing passively, building defensively. Just a different style of player. That means Triple has to really be massive in all of these fights.
Well, it all just goes back to King when he was playing Sivir earlier on. We've seen this guy flashing forward on the champion, always being aggressive. Really good to see him really utilizing this champion's kit to its fullest extent as Reindeer is going to knock away the Trundle for now. Cosmic Binding lands onto Choose as the turret does fall down in the mid lane. Shelby right in amongst it, right in the middle of the fight once again as Tempered Fate is going to save the jungler. Empress Divide going to throw Regret out, but it's not exactly what they wanted out of the Azir. He immediately explodes as Tally is going to lock down that kill. Stark as well, just going to get flashed on by the massive troll of the front line. A double kill once again as Shelby, he's going to join. Triple kill comes in. Choose grabs the Poppy. It's going to be another one as the surrender vote is completed. An AV fall to Legacy as they grab the 2-0 victory. Nothing like game number 1. Unfortunately, AV just didn't look like their hearts were in it.
It was crazy, to say the least. Everyone just wanted to fight everybody, and eventually a small lead is established for Legacy, and they're not a side that you want to give a lead to. They do take away the game with that. The Trundle was a pretty big deal.
Yeah, massive deal. Tally was huge. We are going to throw it back to the desk to break down that game number 2.
Thank you so much, Atlas. What a performance in the end out of Legacy, able to take another series 2-0, meaning the only games they have dropped are against the Chiefs Esports Club, and that is setting up a very important date in the future, you feel, because heading into playoffs, Legacy now have to have regained a lot of that confidence.
I hope so, because to be honest, that was actually a surprisingly messy series from Legacy. They've had such a dominant season. They've been confident and vocal about their intentions in the playoffs, but I feel like coming into playoffs, it's actually maybe not the best thing to end your season like that for Legacy, because playoffs are very close by, like literally next week.
No, I completely agree. I mean, you look at this on the scoreboard and it says 2-0, but if you go and watch these games, they were much closer than they should have been.
The entire series, Legacy hasn't been a clean-cut team. They've been pushed by Trident. They were pushed by Avant before this. Direwolves nearly took a game out of them. Legacy is a team that hasn't dropped a game in a lot of their sets, but has been pushed, but they still are the first-place team 9-1.
So are we defining them as opposed to a team of excellence, or are we defining them as a clutch team?
Well, I guess, like, it doesn't matter, right? Like, are they going to win
Yeah, I think it
playoffs is like
matters.
the thing. Like, because like at the end of the day, like you can define a team however you want. LGD versus Chiefs and all these other teams that have had greatness have all had an individual calling card. But at the end of the day, they've won playoffs in their regions.
I think for me, what you're saying, I do agree with in that Legacy are a team that are really good in moments where it matters. They're a big playoff team. They're a big best-of-5 team. That's going to be confidence for them moving into playoffs after such a good regular season. I think in this series, they did show that, yes, they're a bit scrappy, but they're very good in those situations. And as far as individual highlights go, maybe Legacy as a whole look a little shaky into playoffs, which I'm sure they'll correct in the upcoming week or so. But Tally and Regret had one hell of a series. If everyone else was like a little bit scattered, not as clean or as crisp as we've seen Legacy can be, Tally and Regret had an amazing series, I would say. Honestly, I think they put their team on their back in multiple clutch situations there. And that's good for some of the newer players, perhaps, of the team.
Cool. That certainly does look to be the case. Across the other side of the roof, I want to take a moment to think about Avant-Garde. Obviously, a team with a surrender vote, maybe a little bit weighing on their mind right now. That means that they can no longer make playoffs. But a team, I think, at least, that has a very bright future and showed in this set that their top laner and their mid laner, two very classy players that can go with the best.
No, I completely agree. Again, it was just kind of where is the ceiling actually for AV right now, and what are the potential of their new players, particularly. For me, it's Stark and Triple, I think, have a lot of high performance, although I do agree that the entire roster, there's a lot of talent there. But losing someone like Destiny and not having that shot caller there, that may hurt them in the long run. So it's just kind of what form will Avant move forward to and mature into.
And that's always been maybe Avant's biggest issue is sort of consistency, right? Like, always strong players, always seem to have a good team, play, fifth or better, well, honestly, sort of the fourth place team for a long time in the OPL. I think this iteration of Avant has produced some of the best league we've seen here, but again, shuffling it up can't be good. I mean, they won't make playoffs, so they don't get that additional sort of test, I guess, to really pressure test the lineup. I think Destiny had such an awesome game. I know that he's considering not playing anymore, and that sucks, man, because his bar game was awesome. Like,
yeah, I agree.
He ran a train on that whole game. He almost carried his team just from Bard, which is a very difficult thing to do from the support position.
Yeah, certainly it will be a sad day if that is the case. Now we have our playoff brackets locked in. It is going to be Legacy, Chiefs, Sin, and Direwolves. The order isn't locked in, so there is still a lot to play for right now. But I want to get your thoughts on the brackets, because this is kind of where I think most people expected the season to finish up, with maybe the exception of Sin just sneaking in there. I think a lot of people thought they were fourth or fifth around about there.
That's my favorite thing about Sin, is because Sin knew where they were. They were like, yeah, we're going to make it. We've absolutely got playoffs nailed down. Don't worry about it. You could have been forgiven for thinking that wasn't the case moving into the early start of the season, but they've actually finished really strong. Do still have a game to play this week, so looking forward to see how their playoff form looks, kind of moving into that game. Sinner, kind of a wild card, but Legacy G is playing on opposite sides of the bracket. Ideally, I think that's where everyone wants them to be, and it seems like that's where we might get them.
Well, the big thing is always going to be who's going to end up in that fourth spot and who's going to face Legacy in the opening of the playoffs. If I'm Chiefs, I'm maybe not as concerned, because obviously the Chiefs have already taken down Legacy, although it's a bigger series there and a much bigger arena. But I don't know. That's the scary thing, is everyone's trying to dodge fourth.
I don't think anyone wants to play against Legacy right now. However, guys, they do pick up the series 2-0. But don't go anywhere. We've got another series coming up right after this break. We'll see you in 3.5. Welcome back to the OPL, where we just saw Legacy take a very close series, 2-0 over Avant. The scoreline really didn't do it justice, so if you missed that one, guys, go check it out. However, we have our second best of 3 of the night, so let's dive straight into that. It is going to be Hellions taking on the Direwolves. On the blue side of the rift, it is the Hellions. Ryu in the top lane, Cookie their jungler, Bomb in the mid lane, Frey their AD carry, and Denny in their support. The Hellions, a team that had huge expectations coming into this season, cannot stress that enough, and have fallen short. I think it's fair to say they are locked into 6. However, this game still means a lot for one team, and that is the Direwolves. Sharp in the top lane, Sybil their jungler, Fantix their perfect mid laner, Raze and Kuden are their AD carry and support respectively. This is a team that the sky's the limit, but they seem to have a pretty low floor as well. And that's where I want to kick it off. Which one of the Direwolves is going to show up today?
And that's always been the question with the Direwolves. And it's funny because their players are just so damn good. Like, even Sharp, honestly, who's been a bit up and down this split, had a really good start to his season, was one of the most improved players at the first half of the split, especially for top laners, which has traditionally been dominated by a few key players. But Fantix is awesome. Kuden's gotten a lot better. Sybil's an awesome jungler, especially when he gets his picks. And Raze is, this young rookie AD carry that I think's really showed up and impressed a lot of people. But I've always said it, the Direwolves hunt best together, and they're just not playing together recently.
No, and I agree. And it's funny, too, because as you go down the roster, they each individually kind of have their issues. Like, Sharp is super inconsistent. He's either like a god or he just completely falls behind. Sybil is only really effective on a very limited champion pool. Fantix, I actually probably think, is a little bit more kind of the core or the base. Fraze can just go super aggressive. Raze goes super aggressive and just puts his face in it. And, Kuden's fine. But I feel like Kuden and Fantix are probably the most consistent members, and everyone else is either, like, bit by their aggression or they bite back.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, I actually want to have a look at what this game means as we're going to have a look at the playoff brackets for you guys, because it is Legacy that have locked in the number 1 spot. However, number 4 is up for grabs. If Direwolves lose this game, they are number 4. However, if they win, either way, they will get a crack at 3rd. Either by the Chiefs losing tomorrow night versus Sin, in which case they will be 4th place, even though they will be equal on the ladder with Direwolves. They will have lost their head-to-head. Or if Chiefs win, we will have a tiebreaker because Sin and Direwolves are equal in their head-to-head right now. And that means they will have to play off for the right of who gets to play against Chiefs and who to play against Legacy. I don't know which one you would rather at the moment. Don't ask me about that. So as we break down this game, it looks like a team that we expected big things and never arose versus a team that we expected huge things, arose, and then kind of departed a little bit. Like, what the heck is going on here?
I mean, for Direwolves, again, I sort of mentioned it. It feels like they're not playing together nearly as well as they could. And there's just little things in, like the Frostgreen highlighted, that I think they're still fixing in a lot of ways. Like, the limit on this team, you already said, has to be absolutely astronomical, but they're not getting it together. I don't know if it's shot calling being off, if it's map play not being there, if it's honestly them not even going back to comfort and just fighting people. But whatever the Direwolves are doing, they're really doing it together, especially in their losses. And it shows. The games they lose, they sort of just roll over and die. Like, I'm serious.
That
like
visual is awful. No, I
I
agree, though. It's like literally dying on the desk.
Yeah.
No, the potential of these teams was never really reached. The Hellions as well as the Direwolves. And it's funny, too. Like, the Direwolves are like, their ceiling is way up here. And the Hellions' ceiling is maybe kind of here, still relatively high. But the problem is consistency. The Direwolves are moving much farther, whereas the Hellions are kind of like, they're pretty consistent to where you expect them to be. And that's what's kind of scary going into this last set for the Direwolves, especially since they've been teetering these last few weeks.
And I think that the cool thing about the Hellions is we really focused on their solo laners at the start of this split. Ryu, Bomb, they were going to be the big carries, but maybe it's Frey that has stepped up, like the once Zed one-trick mid laner stepping up as the new AD carry that actually has had some fairly decent games lately.
I just have to say, I feel so bad for the casters right now. Frey and Ray in the same game. That's just like a nightmare to cast. But I do agree, like Frey has really stepped up. I almost did it again. I almost said Ray.
I'm 100%. I'm on the freight train. I think it's just, this guy's playing awesome. Like, I think he's in a team where he's comfortable. He's, had a support that maybe he's not as used to playing with. Daniel's been serviceable, but certainly not excelled. But he's just a strong player. He's always been a good AD carry. I think I liked him a lot when he was playing last year, and he's only gone from strength to strength. He kind of does his job, which is good for an AD carry, but he does it in a really crisp and clean way. It's been awesome to watch Frey play. And I think Hellions, they're sort of a slow-cooking team. One split, they expected a lot. They will be back for split 2, which I think is nice for them. And I think with a split to go, I think they'll simmer nicely into split number 2. But unfortunately for themselves, just this game to play tonight to kind of see what happens.
You touched on something really cool there, Julian. This idea of like janitorial AD carry versus like playmaking AD carry. Because one of these guys is super aggressive. And not that the other can't be aggressive, but like you said, it's more kind of that controlled, crisp play style. And I always love when 2 different styles clash and see who wins out, because mostly it's on execution at that point.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll see whether the aggressor does come out ahead. That is, of course, Raze. I want to take a look at Ryu for a brief moment. Probably the last time we're going to get to see him on Summoner's Rift for this split, unless a miracle happens, which it won't. So last time we're going to see him on Summoner's Rift. But Ryu is a player to me that stepped up huge last year and then took on all this added responsibility, and his play has suffered a little bit for it. Is he a player that we think can get back to that greatness that we saw?
Absolutely, and I think he's actually getting to a consistency point, which I think has always been the Hellions thing. He's playing more tanks, he's sitting in the meta more. Like, Ryu's definitely a player to watch out for. And this is the Hellions as a whole as well. They're such a great team, and I'm glad they've made it into the safety spot, because next split, we'll still want to look out for them.
I don't necessarily think it was Ryu's play in particular that declined. I think it was just limited by what the Hellions were and needed him to do for them. So I don't actually think that he's decayed at all as a player. It's just like, will he get to shine more when the Hellions finally evolve?
Well, we will see if that is the case. However, guys, before we jump into Summoner's Rift for game number 1 of Direwolves versus Hellions, I do want to get your picks for this. Keep you guys honest on the desk. Is this just a Direwolves business as usual 2-0?
I mean, it should be, but I've seen what Dial's business as usual looks like in recent games, and it's been very much the opposite. I will put my faith in them, though. It's the last game of this split. They want to perform moving into playoffs. Direwolves 2-0.
I'm going to have to agree with the Direwolves 2-0. I just think that they've showed a much higher ceiling than the Hellions this season.
Yeah, I think that the Hellions' backs are against the wall, but a very proud organization will want to go out swinging if that is the case. But, guys, we will get onto Summoner's Rift right away. So here is Atlas and Rusty to get us into game 1.
Thank you very much, Spawn. I'm very excited to cast Ray versus Phrase. Or Phrase. Yeah, that one is going to be a struggle. I'm not going to lie to you, but really excited for this series. Of course, Dial's a lot on the line for them as far as seeding is concerned, and it's going to be so important trying to avoid Legacy early on here in this matchup.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Direwolves, they've got everything on the line, whereas Hellions, they can actually just play the assholes for this entire split for Direwolves right now.
It's a technical term, by the way.
Oh, no, the technical
goes
term
back
is
to card
definitely-
games, right? Yeah,
absolutely. So, I mean, realistically, Direwolves, they don't get a choice. They want to win. They want to actually play against the Chiefs potentially, or they want to push the Chiefs down. I don't even know how it works anymore.
The idea is if
cluster.
Sin lose and Direwolves win, then they play off a tiebreaker for third. They get to fight over going against the Chiefs or Legacy, which I'm not entirely sure what you'd even want at that stage, to be perfectly frank with you. Both of the teams looking very dominant at the moment, but see exactly how that one goes. Of course, Hellions still need to lose here first. And of course, they want to go down swinging, most definitely, especially as far as getting into next split is concerned. They are safe in the OPL right now, but having the right momentum leading into the next split is going to be really important for Hellions, especially because they have a gaming house. It's a very close-knit circuit as far as the emotions in the house are concerned, and they really want to leave the OPL on a high note. So we'll see whether they can do that up against the Direwolves now, as already we've got a whole bunch of bans coming through as Lulu and Jin are going to be taken away on the side of Hellions, and Callista removed on the side of the Direwolves, as Cogmore is going to be banned as well. Massive AD carry focus. And we've been talking about Phrase. And look, I think that we can just leave it at that, right?
Yeah,
Much
3
better.
AD carry bans.
Yeah.
Out early. Jin, surprise ban. Callista, an expected ban. Cogmore, a big surprise ban. Didn't really expect someone to be going too hard on the Cogmore hype train.
Especially after the Lulu's banned as well. We like to talk about these as a sort of combined unit. So not going to happen. Of course, we're not on the Cogmore nerf patch, I don't believe, just yet.
6-5.
6.5?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we are.
3.5 attack speed scaling type thing. All right, still getting banned away.
That's the confusing thing. And
Yeah.
let's not be surprised that more AD carries are going to get banned at this stage. Once 3 are taken off the board, there's not a whole lot remaining. I'm going to say
Look,
Lucian
I'm an
and
idiot.
Sivir.
I knew that we were on 6.5. But just seeing the Cogmore ban, oh, we're on 6.4, obviously. So Cogmore needs to be banned. Just flat out shouldn't, as Corky's going to leave the Rift as well. It's like they've got a gentleman's agreement saying only 80 carries to be banned, and we'll include Lulu.
But again, let's just take stock of the fact that Sivir and Lucian are still available, and they're both still very good champions. And I'm going to say the primary played champions at the moment.
Especially by these two AD carries as well. Frey showed that he definitely loved hopping straight into the Lucian if he can, as well as Raze. I mean, he's got his Ezreal there. I mean, he's played a heck of a lot of Lucian at the same time, and both of these AD carries are players that really like to get in your face. Short-range AD carries seem to be their way. None of them have really been taken off the board. It's a lot of niche type ADs that have been taken off. But that means that there is so much left available.
Ridiculous.
Anything
Nidalee,
you would like.
Gragas, Braum, Alistar, Bard. All sorts of stuff.
Braum.
Braum.
Sivir.
Yeah.
I will say, I think there's a lot of champions, definitely. Helion's, they have a preference towards Ryze, which is interesting.
Yep.
They can flex that between mid and top lane, so it's always worth considering.
Whoa. Okay.
But,
Massive
yeah.
AD carry focus.
Yeah, given the bans, I'm not surprised they went straight for the Lucian. Raze could default to Ezreal now that Lucian's taken off him.
Yep.
And it's a little bit more difficult. Sivir doesn't feel like his style.
We haven't seen it performing as well into the Lucian either, considering the lane dominance.
Yeah, I think
Possible lane swaps, of course.
Raze as a player as well just wants to be dashing around, being super
Yeah.
mobile, doing damage, and
He was also really aggressive, so if you put him on a champion that's not likely to win the lane, pretty dangerous for the old Raze.
absolutely is, of course.
Phrase.
First
Right.
picking Lucian is a very curious thing because there's definitely still a lot of things open for your first pick if you're Helions, but there's now more open and available in the way of, like, say, popping Italy would be a ridiculous first draft here.
Yeah, Trundle as well is definitely there. I mean, you've got Nautilus available at the same time. There are a lot of different picks that might need to be considered. Here is Denian's Janna is something that hasn't been touched. Fantix only has his Gangplank removed, and in fact, Direwolves took that one away. Things like his Yasuo, his Twisted Fate, things like this that we're seeing a lot of bans earlier on in the split are still available. We'll see exactly what Direwolves decide to lock in for that mid lane, because I've been pretty outspoken as far as where I think that Fantix sits as far as skill level of mid laners is
The best.
concerned, and whenever I say it, they tend to lose, so I'm just not going to mention it at all. Rusty, left that one to you. Thank you very much. Hellions now
welcome.
looking at their last two picks. Next two picks. Thanks, man. It's always good to be able to rely on someone. To
Yeah,
get your words out.
Direwolves, that is actually quite important to note. So many things available for Fantix, and
Yeah.
he's usually the butt of every single ban. Always copping bans, the Twisted Fate Cassidy, as you mentioned. So being last pick on red side as well as having all the champions available, pretty big deal. But Helions,
I love this. Denian going back to the Brad. See whether we'll lock it in. It is Cookies Lee Sin. And Denian
He gotcha.
switching it last second to the All-Star. But he did actually pick up an MV Pizza for playing that Alistar. Of course, that is definitely an award that we celebrate.
yeah, Braum's
has played well.
also got a little bit more of utility behind him to deal with Bard. I will say just even having the Q at level 1 is leaps and bounds above that of an Alistar. Less pressure in laning phase, and could just indicate that Helions even want to avoid the lane entirely. Who knows?
Well, Fantix hovering the Azir for now. I was thinking about the Poppy for a moment. Sharp could actually play that one towards the top side of the map. We'll see exactly what they do settle on here for the Direwolves mid laner's pick, and he's just going to grab his own champ. If he is actually going to go back to the Azir, which is definitely showing a lot of confidence moving into this game, as Bomb can counterpick as he sees fit. His Anivia is available as well. One of those things that we do see banned away from Hellions quite a lot.
Yeah.
The Poppy is what Fantix ends up falling on, so we'll see exactly what the answer is going to be from the Hellions as they round out their team comp.
Yeah, Direwolves picking up Vayne as well for Raze. Very curious pick. I think Uzi was the only person that I have heard of be outspoken and say that Vayne is good at the moment. So
And Uzi's thought a lot of weird things as well.
he thinks
in
just
general.
Lucian and Vayne.
Yeah.
At the moment, that's his go-to. Of course, Civic list, blah, blah, blah. I think Direwolves picking up the AD carry in this draft, it makes a lot of sense so far. Vayne feels like a Raze champion.
Yeah.
I think there's still, there's a lot of merit to the pick.
Being flashy, being super aggressive in the mid game makes a lot of sense.
You know what?
I get it.
I genuinely want that. Karthus
I'm
may
ready.
be a joke.
Can you see, like, I'm ready.
And again, yeah, Karthus may be a joke. I think it's worth locking in. I outright believe that Karthus is good right now.
Well, we know that Hellions think that the Rise is good right now as well. We saw Ryu already bring that one out, as we actually heard a bit of insider knowledge there. Of course, I heard from Spawn that Bomb is definitely a Rise enthusiast at the same time, as the Trundle has been locked in here for Ryu. And it looks like Rise will be played by Bomb this time around. And we'll see how he goes for a champion that he's been quite outspoken about. And knows that he's into the Poppy as well as Direwolves, thinking about what they want for Phantom.
Yeah, lots of options here for Fantix. Knowing that he's into Rise, he could pick early pressure, he could match the scaling, he could go for something that can teleport around the map and not have to deal with what is going to be a scaling Rise. There's lots of things that he can possibly do. Of course, Ryu picking up that Trundle. Once again, we're seeing a very scary Trundle in every single OPL team, honestly.
Yeah.
They can just all do it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of really skilled Trundle players as well, and we know that Sharp actually is struggling a little bit. One of my favorite plays so far in the OPL is watching Pac-Man 1v1 the guy, Trundle versus Nautilus. We saw it again in game number 2, sorry, as it was in fact Tally taking down the Poppy there on the top side of the map that Reintier was playing. So we've seen very successful Trundles, you're exactly right.
Fantix as well, knocking in
Yeah.
that Azir.
Into the Azir, of course, he was hovering it quite a few times. In the end, decides it will go straight back to it.
Yeah, and again, it kind of matches the scaling of Ryze to an extent. Ryze is always going to outscale everyone, but Azir works at a different range length. Frostgrone even mentioned that on the desk, and it's very difficult for a Ryze without using Flash or trying to close the distance with his move speed on the ultimate when he pops that to get close to Fantix. So very smartly, we'll go for the cleanse. Once again, Azir very interchangeable with summoner spells.
Yeah, he's a bit flexible. Doesn't necessarily like the Ignite because he likes to stay at range a little bit. I like that. But Hellions with a lot of scaling actually in their team comp, but not a whole lot of range. You're exactly right. Of course, like, Ryze is a range champion, but it's only about 500 or so of it. So not exactly going to be able to get right up in front. And is this going to be a problem in the Siege?
Sort of. I feel like the Siege isn't necessarily where they want to go. Direwolves on the flip side as well. They've got a Vayne as their AD carry, so not going to be easy for them to Siege as well. Kind of banking on the Azir.
Yeah,
If you were a Direwolves member, I mean, they've got the team to stand in front of him.
Well, this is also the Direwolves. Of course they're banking on Fantix. This is exactly how they do it. But, ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear from you. If you think the Hellions can bite back in their final game in the OPL for their first split, use that hashtag HLNwin. Or if you think the Direwolves can pick themselves up after some disappointing matches just recently, use that hashtag DW. And if you just want to talk about stuff, it was recently mentioned that I don't have enough shirts, use that hashtag IamOPL and join the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely right.
I've only worn this. This is the second time I've worn this shirt, by the way.
Yeah.
So,
I think you don't have...
I got a few. They just all seem to be about the same color, which is a little bit unfortunate. It's either blue or white. But we're on to Summoner's Rift. Let's talk about something relevant. As Direwolves are moving out. And that is the best Azir skin. Oh, man. It's so cool.
I said this yesterday, and Pedro didn't agree. And then he saw the turret, and then he agreed.
Yeah, it's friggin' Sauron, man. So intimidating. Look at this guy. Is that Gravelord?
Yeah, I believe so. That's also not Warlord's Bloodlust for Vayne.
Interesting.
Further battle is questionable. We'll say, but both these AD carries valuing the damage, consistent damage as well.
I do like the Dragon Slayer red chroma though, so give him points for skin, not so much for mastery.
Yeah, and one of them unfortunately wins the game no matter how thematically accurate they all are as a team, which is brilliant.
Oh, that's true.
They're a red team.
Yeah, and it's all like the Dragon Slayer-y type stuff. Is he like cute and...
Scarlet Hammer Poppy.
Oh, so cool.
For what it's worth, I feel like
there might be some bias in this game, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize.
Doing their best Abyss Red impersonation.
Shout out to the OCS.
Italians. Yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
I think that to me, the Keystone Mastery differences between the two almost signals that Direwolves just wanted to avoid the laning phase and scale through so they can do more damage. Warlords is to keep you healthy in trades.
Well, you can see Sybil able to take down the blue buff here very effectively. Sharp actually giving him solo experience, I believe. Yeah. Making sure that the Nidalee gets to level 2 as quickly as possible. Cookie is going to clear out his wolf camp as the Trundle notices there is no top lane, and that is the bottom laners. So we'll see whether Ryu was able to get anything. Grabs a couple of creeps for his trouble as Cuden's going to move his way into the jungle. You can see actually Wolves taken second here for Cookie, so despite the fact that there definitely could have been a lane swap,
Get him.
they didn't notice it. Didn't take the blue as, yep, passive going to wear out. And Ryu just...
Get him.
Cuden, stop it.
Because the blue buff is what remains.
That's so cute. Cookie was waiting so that he could make sure Ryu got experience from the Raptor camp and almost died. That is called dedication to your team. Not only the best Twitter, but also the loveliest guy. Look at that. Beautiful.
Yeah. Cookie, of course, good to see him back on the team.
Yeah,
He was
exactly.
sick last week and Soul Strikes filled in.
It's definitely good to see Soul Strikes as well, though.
Of course. But, you know, you want your main roster there where possible.
Oh, yeah.
And back on the Lee Sin as well. Cookie is actually quite a good Lee Sin player. We just haven't seen it in the OPL yet.
Yeah.
You just have to take my word. Don't let
promise
the
you,
last
I've-
OPL game fool you.
I've been carried by it. I definitely know. This guy is ridiculous.
This is also good, I guess, damage taking priority. It's a very weird thing to say. Ray's taking the damage from the minions in particular is good because the way that the lane swap works is that Raze and Kuden are the ones who swap lanes. Sharp is the one who stays, and you need him to be as healthy as possible. So Raze is the one to outright tank the minions.
Ooh,
They
but
effectively get the turret.
they're actually going for a hard shove here. They leave a whole bunch of their own minions as they're pushing forward. You see Spear actually going to come through from Sybil, so he's made his way over as well. So 4 men strong.
They were just
moving
so
in.
far ahead
Yeah,
in terms of the
precisely.
lane swap. There's one thing Direwolves can do, it's lane swap pretty effectively. I would say that between Legacy, Chiefs, and Direwolves, they're, without having to say Legacy too many times, they're the Legacy teams in the OPL. They've been playing since the lane swap 4v0 meta was a thing. They should be quite proficient at it. Direwolves showing that now.
Oh, Bomb actually going through both of his cookies here in the mid lane. Oh, sorry, biscuits. I need to say biscuits.
Oh, man.
That's unfortunate. As Fantix's definitely putting on a
game's
lot of
hard.
pressure. We know, yeah, I know. This game in particular is ridiculous. Phrase and bomb eating cookies. Goodness gracious me.
There's no denying that.
Ha ha!
Had to.
Good God.
Yeah, it was rough.
If I had a bomb, I'd throw it at you.
That was horrible.
I know.
It made mine sound good.
I know, right? Well, like, look, it's, my job is to make my color caster look good, and I've certainly done so here. As Bomb is going to be able to clear out some minions here. Falling behind in farms because he's not able to pick up a whole lot of this farm whilst he's trying to deal with Fantix's harass, who's now at 39 to the 29 of the Rise. A few minions to pick up underneath this turret, though. We'll see how he does. As Ryu forced back into actually farming out the jungle. Frog Camp is going to be difficult for him to take, actually.
Yeah, I think if he wasn't here, he'd actually just be hitting the top lane anyway. It kind of denies jungle creeps away from Sybil on the assumption he gets out safely beforehand. And Direwolves, they're going to probably look to overpush this one more time, depending on how quickly they accelerate the turret being taken. Sybil coming in to help is a sign that that is their strategy. Because Hellions don't have that trundle, they're not going to be as quick.
Yeah, well, you can see actually organically Direwolves have bought themselves a bit of a lead, about 300 gold, and that's probably all in that mid lane farm. There's now Sharp trying to grab solo EXP as Raze just says, all right, need to help you out a little bit. Sharp grabs it and will get the reset of the wave
But
at
look
the
at
same
Ryu.
time.
Like, where's Ryu meant to go? He has to wait for the top turret to fall. Is he just going to go to Rift Herald and help them out? They're just going to be a roaming war party that's not actually getting a whole lot done for it. Direwolves have already got the turret down. They're now effectively moving to Dragon. And Poppy is still farming in the allocated lane.
Now this is the big deal. Sharp actually able to pick up resources now 15 to 10. Only going to extend that lead as Ryu's going to head towards the top lane, and there is a wave building up for him there. So we'll see whether he will be able to get anything before the Direwolves bottom lane turn up to push that one further.
Tricky start here for Hellion.
Yeah, Bomb, however, sacrificing health bar to pick up some farm. He has gone back to base, grabbed that tier, as well as the boots, and a couple of extra biscuits.
No surprises, of course. Rise going for a tier. He's going to have a hard time into an Azit. But the new Rise, the Q does a whole lot of damage. I think is the best way to describe it.
Oh, yeah.
The Q is now the dangerous thing, whereas the old Rise combo was a lockdown where you were just crowd controlled forever. It's now 2 Ws and just a whole lot more Qs. Just throw them at him.
Yeah, get that Q out of there.
Which is kind of cool because it means it's very much skill shot reliant. You need to hit the Qs. You
Well,
need to set up your combos better.
we'll see whether he can make it work. Of course, we've heard things about Bomb's Rise in the past. Definitely a champion that does want to scale towards the later stages of the game. Internationally, we've seen Rise make a little bit of a resurgence. The likes of Easy Hoon in particular spring to mind.
He was also the resurgent of Azir before it became popular as well.
That is very true.
Sticking to his guns.
I like it. But Rift Herald going to be used towards the bottom side of the
This
map
is good
here by
from
Hellions. Yeah, Spear is going to land on a Frey though. That's not good from Hellions. But Denian putting his face right in amongst it, and these creeps are doing a whole heap of work to this turret. Denian just says, yeah, bring it on. As Cookie doesn't have kick just yet, but Kuden
Cookie, you gonna
taken
die?
down so incredibly low. Cookie, the selfless man, will actually die to the turret as Cuten's able to pick that one up. Ryu teleported in as now Denian has to deal with Sybil. The takedown, probably not. Oh, it's going to be there with the auto attack as Sybil locks that one down. Frey just trying to get something.
Dead.
What is going on?
Direwolves just meet the lane swap with open arms and say, come and get it, boys. And actually just, oh, this is going to be interesting.
Oh, nice work from Bomb. Picks up the 1v1 after, I assume, baiting him in because he didn't care about that spear landing whatsoever. Trades his flash for a kill.
We'll go with baited.
Yeah.
Just keep your eyes on Cookie because this is a big mistake. He kept aggro, the LW to safety, kept aggro for way too long. The increase of turret damage,
Yeah.
the downfall of that there. And not only was Cookie to die to that turret, Frey really wanted to join him in the afterlife and tanked it as well. Hellions, that was desperate to try and get something back on the board. Thankfully, Bomb is going to be able to do so.
One thing I do want to say is, you know, we've been looking at Hellion saying that they probably should be working on their synergy and things like that. Lots of individual skill. So if they both want to go to the Death Chamber together, that does show at least thought in the right direction, considering togetherness and synergy. Most definitely. But there is a tweet in from Laurie Barber. What are the key differences between OPL and other leagues? This one's for you, Rusty, I think.
I think the best example is the last game. We just like to fight.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I mean, like NA, EU, LCK as well in particular, not necessarily LMK. They like to play things slow. They set up vision. They establish the map more effectively, I would say, than us. And they play slow, calm, and collected. But it's almost the LPL theory in a way. You kind of just put your face in and make it work because people try and respond to you by just actually matching you, and then a fight just breaks out suddenly.
I think it's one thing that I like about the OPL as well is our team diversity. Like, a lot of our teams are very, very different in how they execute. Of course, Direwolves, known as this team that has a lot of star-studded power in their roster, but not necessarily able to get it together, as Hellions now doing their very best to try and make things work for themselves. Of course, the synergistical method, looking for creating themselves a way in for the OPL.
Sharp's got this.
Yeah, he's looking for Frey right now. Ultimate comes down, locks him in position. The heal's out from Frey as he flashes out. Ardent Blade's going to give him some extra movement speed, but that's 2 summoner spells for Sharp on his own.
Yeah, Frey having to burn everything to get out alive there is... That is the least wanted thing, honestly, if you're a Hellions player right now. They're starting to fall further and further behind. They're saving grace once again. Bomb in the mid lane.
Yeah.
They're banking on the bomb. And I think you're right as well, by the way, in terms of team identities. It's something that, and I keep drawing the similarities to the LPL. We have identities because our win conditions aren't all the exact same.
Yeah, a lot of our teams aiming to do different things as they step out onto Summoner's Rift, which is really cool. Don't get much of that stale vibe some leagues can fall into.
So, you know what? You like aggressive people to put their face in. Raises you, man.
He damn right he is. Sybil turning around Ryu. Speaking of putting your face into it. Troll, he's going to do that. As the teleport's coming in, they think they've caught him. No turret here to go back to here as Ryu's just going to head towards his AD carry. Kuden tanking up with the Unbreakable as Denian. Trying to make his way out, but he has to deal with a Vayne who's used the ultimate. Frey now just left to the Wolves. As Subjugate goes down, Bomb. He's found his way in here though. Lots of damage as Cookie's going to make his way over. Raze somehow still alive as Sybil trying to pounce through this fight. Denian knocked up into the air as Raze doesn't want to make his way in. It's Fantix.
Oh,
there's the Emperor's Divide. Massive damage as Cookie's going to fall down. Direwolves all over this one and Raze even going to survive. It's an ace. Somehow at 12 minutes and Direwolves, Pastry Time mentioned it. If they fight together, this Wolfpack is a beast and it's exactly what happened.
Direwolves, essentially, they just put on a clinic right there. Raze is hyper aggressive, and I think he was the outlier in that team fight, but he essentially baited all of Hellions into thinking they could win. And it was just as simple as that. They give enough time for Fantix to rotate. Didn't even teleport. Can just walk in. Ryu is, of course, the one who's caught out to kick it all off. Frey wastes the culling because Kuden's got the door. Look at Raze. Look how aggressive he is off in the corner. Direwolves, they got a 3v2. If it was a 4v2, this could have just been 2 easy kills and an escape. But they so effectively bait in everybody.
Oh, Cookie was so close.
So Cookie actually tries to do a hero play but kicks in the wrong direction, unfortunately. And the cavalry arrives. Fantix makes his way in. Bomb doesn't have his ultimate to save him or to trade with anyone. Does get a single kill though. Close. for the Direwolves. It could have actually backfired with the amount that Raze just baited, but goes to show Direwolves actually understand how aggressive this Vayne is, or how aggressive this player is, I should say.
Yeah, working around him. Well,
Sharp was the big deal.
It's equaled as well, about a 5,000 gold lead here at 13 minutes into the game. Direwolves really able to turn it on now. 3 turrets to 2, as they have done a little bit better in this lane swap scenario at the same time as Raze down in the bottom lane. Might actually need to be a little more careful than he is.
This could be very spicy. Level 4 Denian, to be fair. So if anything goes wrong, there's actually a chance Raze can double.
Well, there's the Blade of the Ruined King as Raze is actually looking for it. Spear lands from Sybil as he can't get the pounce reset. Nice use of that one, but Sybil's going to make his way in. Headbutt pole. Frey's going to grab the kill. Nice timing from Cookie to turn up, as Frey actually thinks he's got it. Red buff is there, but doesn't want to do too much, as yeah, Denian was of course level 4, making it difficult for the cow.
It was almost like a counter bait as well. The Condemn and the way that Raze played that fight was great, but it wasn't enough to, I guess, put Direwolves back in it, as Kuden gives him the zone.
Yeah, that's interesting.
What's that spell called?
Glacial Fissure.
I thought it was called Glacial Fissure. Doesn't feel apt given the skin.
Oh, bomb underneath his turret's going to get heroically charged. Just Sharp's going to get caught by the Rune Prison underneath. Misses the last Q. As there's the ultimate. Misses Ryu by just a slim margin. Subjugate needs to be used to keep the Trundle alive, but the auto attacks from the Azir don't work. Cookie's found his way over, doesn't land the Q. As Sybil was making his way back in as well. Direwolves may have actually locked down this outer turret in the mid lane.
And I guarantee if Cookie hit that Q, he would have regretted his decision. Direwolves, Sharp missing that ultimate was a blessing in disguise, because the amount of damage...
Raze.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Yeah, Tempest comes down, doesn't get the cripple though, but there's the headbutt pulverize, and see you later, Raze. You are donezo.
Just Raze things now.
Yeah.
I think is the best way to describe it. If there's an enemy champion, I will press all of my buttons in their direction and hope that there is only that one champion.
Yeah.
As I guess, yeah, Helion's get on back.
Well, Sybil clearing out the enemy jungle here at the same time, so the Nidalee doing Nidalee things. As the Sand Soldiers have been set up, they steal away a chicken. This Cookie takes a lot of damage. Warrior enchantment completed.
Fantix would be so happy that Azir is back.
Oh my god, yes. I mean, he's like AP Gangplank in my mind as far as like play style is concerned. Just because, you know, you set up things in an area. I just can't imagine Fantix not being a god on this champion. You know, circles. He places circle things.
I got it. It was just the way it was described
stuff.
was phenomenal. You just set up things in an area.
Yeah.
It kind of defines team fights as well.
I forgot the phrase presence of mind, remember? So like I'm just not really in there as far as phrases are concerned.
As long as Fantix has a really good peace of mind when he sets things up in the area.
Yeah. I'll give you a presence of mind.
No, I agree with you. I think that it's somewhat similar in the way that you play the champions.
Mechanically.
At least the way Fantix plays every champion, and so it reflects positively between Gangplank and Azir.
Also a champion that's able to farm very effectively at the same time, so we'll see whether he can put on another clinic in that department. Already ahead of the clock, 170 at 16.5 minutes as Denian, yep, can't headbutt that. Unwavering will.
Can't milk that one.
Yeah. Steadfast presence, sorry, it's the W. From Poppy.
I mean, disengages entirely. That's the dragon picked up. 2 dragons as well for Direwolves. As I guess it's still considered a win condition, but hello.
See you, Frey. It's been good, man. But we'll miss you. We'll be up again in another 32 seconds, though. Nice pick there from the Direwolves.
What's Frey doing out there?
Look, I'm not entirely sure, Rusty.
That was really deep.
Yeah.
Like, that's not really your side of the map, considering the dragon was just taken. I mean, I guess. Like, Nidalee's mobile enough to get over the wards, but they had vision in the river. Who knows?
Optimistic positioning, one could say.
Oh, yeah.
The Q going to land here from Cookie. Not going to find the Winter's Bite, though. 3 members strong of Direwolves are going to just flat out take this inner turret. There it is. The last buckler is able to pick that one up. Cookie actually looking for it here as bomb clears out the minion wave.
Does have again.
Yep, there it is. On to Kuden. But nope. Direwolves grab the free objective.
Fantix also taking those raptors, most importantly.
Oh, mate. He's a popcorn chicken fiend.
He's
Honestly,
honestly
skinny dude, too, which doesn't make much sense. There's the flash as Cookie wants the Emperor's Divide, gets it, and then, oh my goodness. Okay, punishment here for Fantix as Bomb was able to lock him down.
This is like, I just want a slow clap for Fantix. I feel like that's the best way to describe it. Raptor taking to a fault And
Yeah.
Helion's capitalized, of course. You have to admire the conviction from Cookie. The Lee Sin uses the flash, make sure that it all works out for them effectively. And they do lock down that kill. Bomb 2-in-1 with a Rod of Ages. Helion's now sieging.
Yeah, stacking that tier as well, so definitely a good clip on the Rod of Ages. There's Cookie, oh my goodness, he's so squishy without building those damage. Oh my gosh, okay, Sharp's made his way right into the front line as Bomb. He's just going to evaporate. Kuden actually locks down the kill now as Denian has to run away. Blade of the Ruin King used from Frey as it's a fantastic pillar. I did not know you could tumble through the pillar.
Vayne tumbles through everything, but Direwolves, they still make those picks. They still effectively keep control of the map. And it's funny because Denian, he's not really a tank compared to a Vayne. It's almost like the anti-Alistar champion here, and they've got an answer for everything, Direwolves.
Damn right.
Disadvantage.
And it's incredible amounts of aggression out of this Direwolves squad as well. They really want to try and challenge for that third place if they can. Because of course, it's important to move as far up the bracket as possible. You don't want to go against the #1 team in the playoffs.
Yeah, Sand Soldiers don't proc the eye. That was interesting. Yeah, good interaction. Sorry, I was very distracted just then by that.
I noticed.
Why is the eye not closing? Oh well, Direwolves. I will agree. I think they are definitely wanting to at least prove themselves coming into the playoffs. I think all teams want to do the same thing. But I will say, this Direwolf, this iteration of the Direwolf's strength, relative to who they're playing against, looks good.
There's the flash headbutt pulverized though as Denian's looking for it. Fantix trying some fancy footwork, but there are so many members of Helion's He survived. My God. We were talking about his potential mechanics, and he is nailing it right now as Denian. They want to get something here, but Kuden throws a door at the cow. See you later, buddy. Bomb's able to lock down Kuden for a moment, but Fantix, he wants back in. Cookie's in trouble. Sybil locks down the kill as now Ryu, he's going to die. Direwolves bought enough time, and the cavalry have arrived, and Bomb's going to fall for the double. Oh my God, mechanics-reliant champions, do not let them into the hands of Fantix.
One does not simply kill Fantix.
Nope.
On a Direwolves roster. They're now going towards the top lane. They've got the Rift Herald buff, and they have all of the means for success in this first game. It's already a 12k gold lead. What a disaster for Hellions.
Damn right. 20 minutes in, and they're breaking the inhibitor. Inhibitor turret in the mid lane's going down at the same time. Ray's just pushing as well as the rest of his team. He's taking out the turret here, which might be a little bit out of his way, but Ray's going to dodge out of the way of a Sonic Wave.
He'll go in. He has ult. He's just waiting on the Q cooldown.
He probably wants to turn around. Damn right he does.
That ward right there that he just placed is that if you come this far, this is where I drew my line.
Yeah.
I will kill you, ward.
I will condemn you into the wall, buddy.
I will find you. I will condemn you. I think Direwolves, man, this is a game one, and I was about to even make the point. If this is the playoff Direwolves, they look better than Legacy did in their second game.
Well, this is what we've come to expect from the Direwolves as well. It's like the clutch situations is when they show up. Definitely doing exactly that.
I understand it's relative to who you played against as well. Perhaps AV just showed up on the day and took
well,
it to
true.
Legacy, right? But this is a strong team.
Most certainly is. As Sharp may actually be caught out of position, knocks away a couple of members as Cookie trying to lock down the Poppy. They do manage to get him. Cullen comes out. Cookie still very, very squishy as they're looking for the auto attacks from Fantix. Don't quite get enough onto Denian and Cookie, but they do have to disengage. And now Bomb having to deal with the constant array of spells out of this
hitting everything. This is obnoxious.
Yeah, there are Sand Soldiers flying at him. There are Spears flying at him.
And that was without a Vayne as well, because Raze was in base. He's playing essentially like King was on that Sivir. He's split pushing to no end. And to be fair, he is a Vayne, so he can duel against anybody that he would like. Working towards, you would imagine, the Phantom Dancer as his third item also.
Triple attack speed, my God.
This is actually like the standard solo queue. I want to split push because we were losing Vayne build. But it's even more effective when you're ahead because it's just so good.
Well, he's getting a lot of those silver bolts across his Baron, and it is melting. Direwolves grab that one in a matter of seconds. That being said, no matter how fast you grab it, it is still going to be in a matter of seconds, just a few more. But that was very, very quick from the Direwolves.
Yeah, Direwolves, that is, like, the gold lead is amazing at 22 minutes. This is such an impressive showing in game number one.
Incredibly dominant
Don't be
performance.
surprised if they just decide that turrets don't phase them.
And we've spoken about Direwolves so many times before. Thriving in chaos is this team's MO, and that's exactly what the early stage was, but it was the Direwolves sticking together, making sure that the cavalry was arriving, still communicating with one another. It's been a beautiful game number one, as Kuden's going to get locked down, but Bomb can't quite finish any actual damage. Ray's just staying very safe towards the back half. You can see Direwolves with 4 members are able to push down to this wave that Sharp had prepared earlier.
Helion's only option is Cookie.
Yeah, well, he's trying to go in here as well as he just flashes behind Raze. He's going to get disengaged out of the fight, but it's just probably not enough as Direwolves just crush forward as a massive unit. Denian's going to fall down. Emperor's Divide's there. It actually gets rid of Ryu. Cookie died on the back end, of course, valiantly, but that's all the inhibitors. And this will most likely be the game's Direwolves. My God. They are definitely trying to make their claim to this last week of the OPL.
All your base are belonging to Direwolves, basically, at the moment. This is a rampaging game number one out of these guys. That's the Nexus at 23 minutes.
Yeah, this had nothing to do with like, oh, Hellions didn't turn up, any of that sort of stuff, because, of course, they don't have a whole lot to lose here. Hellions looked like they were playing their hearts out, but Direwolves just really reveling in the chaos of this game. And just coming out ahead. Just ridiculous.
I think it was just a great draft from Direwolves to kick it all off. I honestly think that was so solid.
Really, really beautiful to see. But we are going to break it down over at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Atlas. And I do want to point out that, you know, Oceania, a region known for its fighting, its hectic playstyle. Hellions, 3 Koreans, come over to Oceania and just embrace the absolute crap out of it.
That was some of the most put your face in it League of Legends I've seen in a while. That was classic Direwolves, actually. Like, just go in, try and outplay people, pick literally every fight you can find, and just go, 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 go.
I will challenge it's Direwolves going in. Because Hellions are diving tier 2 turrets with level 4 Lee Sin Alistair combos. Like, what the heck is going on Summoner's Rift?
Yeah, I don't know.
I admired the play.
That was the play that pretty much destroyed
That
the
was one of
Hellions.
those plays that you think about in your head, and you're like, can we do this? Can we dive? And people are like, yeah, I think so. And then you actually try and execute, and you're like, why the heck did we do that?
Okay, you have to understand. We're talking about the play on the second tier bottom tower.
Yep.
And the issue is that you have Rift Herald, you have a siege going, so you've got 4 members behind you. You're going to siege that tower.
You get it to 75% health, by the way.
Exactly. You have 0 vision about where the enemy team is, so you have to suspect that you're either getting flanked or they're running up the lane to save your tower, and you choose that exact moment with no information on the map of where the enemy team is to dive when you could have just sieged the tower anyway. Disaster. Like, what a disaster.
Yeah, that really did snowball the game. Before that, it was a relatively clean lane swap out of both teams, and then Hellions make that one mistake. But my question is that a good mistake to make? Because the Hellions, we said that they were a very reactive team, 50 minutes plus, get the game to super late. Like, is this not a case of they have absolutely nothing to lose? Like, let's try and play early game. Let's see if we can get some teamwork actually happening together and not just split pushing. Let's see if we can team fight and try and shake this up a little bit. Or is this a case of a team just like absolutely in disarray?
As I said, like, I admire the play, so I think like you need to set it up maybe a bit better. Obviously, the safe play is just take the turret with your Rift Herald buff, maybe get a pick if someone's out of position, and then go from there. But you know what? I love myself a good tower dive. I think there is merit to the play. I think teams almost don't tower dive enough, especially in a lane swap meta. But you got to execute very well, and that unfortunately was not very well.
You know, I'm going to give it to you, Spawn. I'm actually going to slightly agree, because the one vision that they had on the map was Vayne, who was going to be pushing into their second tier tower. So theoretically, they're saying we're either trading second tier tower for second tier tower with the Rift Herald buff, or we have the advantage because our minions are stronger right now, and we think that we have a numbers advantage because no one's rotated quick enough. Let's go for the dive and try to compound on this.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's what happened in theory. In actuality, Direwolves absolutely run over the top of Hellions and take game number 1. Don't go anywhere, guys. Game number 2 is going to be around the corner in just 3.5. Welcome back to the OPL, where I just saw Direwolves absolutely dismember a dude in a Spartan helmet. Hello, everyone. I'm still Jake Spawn Tiberian. Joining me on the desk is Frost Gurud as well as Pastry Time.
Good fight today.
You like that one?
I did. I really like that one.
Yeah, I think that 23-minute victory, 20,000 gold lead, that's a pretty one-sided affair. However, guys, during the week, we wanted you to create a GIF of your favorite Oceanic moment. If there are any Oceanic moments, they are tonight, by the way, because boy, have we had some action-packed games. Tweet at us, lol_Oceania, using that hashtag IMOPL. Top 3 most creative entries will be announced tomorrow night, and we'll win Death Blossom Kha'Zix, which is an absolutely terrifying skin. I love it. It's fantastic.
How can we give away all these cool skins?
Because we're a nice broadcast, man.
I just like, these are awesome skins.
Yeah, no, they really are top percent, 5 out of 7, get them in there. But, however, guys, we do have a game on our hands. It is going to be game 2 versus these two teams. And I want to ask the question, can they take it to a game 3? And if so, whose back is it on? Like, which one player are you looking out of Hellions to really step up and carry this one through?
Do I only get one?
Yeah.
All right. I think actually...
Do you think there would be more than one?
Well, I was going to say like maybe it was a tag team effort, but I think it's actually Ryu. It's always like the man they look to for the big carry. I mean, it's been a while since he's gone full top lane carry meta because it's sort of phased out, but I don't know, maybe go to the Rise, go to the Fiora, go to Fizz, honestly, go crazy, go Graves, yeah, do something nuts, and just try and have a big carry game. Ryu's an awesome player. They've looked to him before to pick them up, and this is a great spot to try and do something like that.
I actually think it's about Cookie. Not necessarily that Cookie has the same ceiling for carrying as Ryu does, especially for Hellions, but just like when Hellions are playing well, Cookie plays well. And I think his performance is more dependent, or the team is more dependent on his performance than Ryu's.
Yeah, I actually think that Cookie is one of the most erratic players I've seen play the game, and I mean that in the most loving way because you can never predict what the guy's going to do, where he's going to be. But he also has like moments of brilliance. I'm talking about the first time I saw this guy, he goes into mid lane with an Anivia and he's Lee Sin and just like completely styles on the other mid laner. I was like, wow, this is going to be a good split for Hellions. The flashes of brilliance have been few and far between, but if he is able to pick it up for a game, I feel like it will be a good thing for Hellions. Across the other side of the rift, looking at Direwolves now, with this win, they will get a shot at third. It will either be they take it outright because Chiefs lose, or they're able to go into a tiebreaker scenario against Sin. This game means everything to them. Is it the draft that's so good? Like, what looks so good about that game, number one, capitalizing on mistakes? Because something was just there. They were fierce.
They're just playing like Direwolves.
Well, Hellions were also playing into the Direwolves.
Yes, which is usually a bad thing. I think a lot of teams fall into that trap of kind of bringing themselves down to the Direwolves level. Like, they were just super scrappy, very chaotic, and that's where the Direwolves want to be. They're great when they group just 5. They're just constantly putting their faces straight into the game. Like, we saw moments there where, people probably should have died. People did die in some of those moments, but Direwolves, they just keep throwing mud straight at the wall. It'll knock down eventually. It's fun to watch, if nothing else.
It's just like wrestling with a pig. Like, the pig enjoys it. Everyone's dirty. Like, that's what that game was.
Yeah, well, like, we have so many, like, Direwolves must be a unique team because we have so many analogies of them, like, hunting impacts. Like, why would you go into the woods? There's wolves there. Like, there are so many things about this team that they just look crazy. But I think that there has to be something there because time and time again, this isn't bad teams they're, like, bringing down to their level. Like, the Chiefs 100% fell for the bait. Sin did and then beat them at it somehow. Like, this is a team that is absolutely crazy.
I think they're excellent at skirmishing.
Yep.
I mean, they're great
what it comes
laners
down
in a
to.
lot of ways, but their 5-man skirmish is excellent. Their 5-man team fight is maybe lacking, although you can see how
you
that...
mean when you set up with Vision and go at each
you
other?
can see but how that builds onto each other, but as soon as they go in super scrappy, especially in that mid-game, we always joke about 25-minute Direwolves. Didn't need 25 minutes this time, but it's just a thing where they group together early on 1 or 1.5 items. They just know their champions, know their power, know their coordination, and they win fights so cleanly.
And that's the thing about the key word there is like scrappy and skirmish. And even when there's all 10 people there, the fight isn't a 5v5. It's a 3v3 or a 2v3 or a 4v1.
Yeah.
It's never like a full 2 teams like, British Empire standing across from each other, walking at each other. This is like woodland warfare.
Yeah, they seem to be a team that know their cooldowns and react in the moment really well. Like, it's just a thing where, like, if you start a team fight with 30 seconds left, the Chiefs are going to look great, and they always do when they set up that way. But you give Direwolves a split second to start a team fight, they'll start it and probably win.
And they also have 2 of the players in the league that survive on sub 100 health, criminal amounts of time. Looking at you, Sybil, and Raze, I have no idea how you do it, but you manage to do it a lot. However, guys, we are ready to get into game number 2. So here is Atlas and Rusty to take us onto Summoner's Rift for maybe the final time tonight.
Thank you very much, Spawn, and also thank you for taking the time to let me get over how much I was laughing at the pig wrestling joke. That was brilliant. Thank you very much, Frosker, for that one. But Rusty, game number 2. Are we expecting more shenanigans, craziness from this Direwolves roster?
Who honestly knows? Direwolves, they're the team that need to still find victory. I don't think they'll go anywhere near any kind of shenanigans. I think they'll play very standard, very much to the Direwolves strategy. And the question mark...
Their strategy seems to be shenanigans, to be perfectly honest. Like, I know I'm saying the word a few too many times,
you
but...
draft skirmishing.
Yep.
If that's what your plan is, I think Helion's the only wild card that don't have anything to lose right now.
Yeah. So throw some spanners into the works, Hellions, you know? Of course, Spawn did start us off with a fantastic analogy about their Spartan helmets. They're now, like, pushed backs to the wall. They're going to pull that one out. I mean, this is Persia coming at you. Do it, boys. But we'll see whether they can. We are in a champion select. Callista going to be banned away first. And Jin going to get taken away one more time. So, once again, it's AD carry focus.
Absolutely is. And I guess the targets in drafting phase, whether bans or picks, has been AD carries. They made sure Lucian was up early as well for Helions.
Yep.
I guess the big question mark, Corki probably going to get banned as well, right? We'll get maybe Cogmore. Who knows what else is going to get banned in this drafting phase.
And the Cogmore is still a really interesting ban here on this particular patch. Of course, late game's still exactly the same amount of power, but doesn't quite have that 2-item power spike. This time as Lucian's going to be banned. Daryl's just going all in.
Yeah.
Are we going to get like a Blitzstar bottom lane? Are there going to be any 80 carries left? I'm not entirely sure. Well, it probably will be like Misfortune and Ash, right?
Yeah, there's 80 carries.
Yeah,
there's too many 80 carries. Yeah. I think we'll be fine. In saying that, Lucian ban is just that's something else. That is very much targeted. Yeah.
That is targeted theoretically at Frey and Denian, because when Denian was an 80 carry, he was playing basically Lucian only. So I like it. Lulu is once again going to be banned away though, as Hellions get rid of that one on the red side of the rift this time around. As Dials will see what they decide to go for next. Could be anything.
Lulu ban's still good. Of course, taking it away from Dials, they can flex in the 2 lanes. Of course, what it actually means is a top lane champion anyway, because Fantix doesn't play Lulu. If he did, he still wouldn't want to. It's not really a Fantix champion.
Oh, certainly not. You can't really hard carry on Lulu. As Cogmore's going to be banned away. So, yep, that's another 80 carry.
Definitely is. 380 carries banned, 4 total. As Direwolves, they've definitely cemented some kind of strategy.
Oh my goodness, there is one name that is no longer there. In that ban list, of course, one thing has changed. And that is, in fact, the Gangplank.
Yeah.
So, it looks like we are going to go Pirate Fantix mode. There is no reason why they do not pick it up right now. This Fantix is ridiculous. When he just plunders booty all game long and then kills everyone in the late game. And it's happened so many different times. See if Hellions have got a strategy for it, but Corky's going to get locked in, so I'm going to eat all my words. Never mind. Don't even worry about it.
So Hellions also play the Gangplank. I don't know if it's worth early rotation picking when Corki is available. Of course, Corki a safer early pick, also a safer flex pick. I wouldn't be surprised if Gangplank and Braum was the first rotation from Hellions, but Denian has an inclination to Bard, to Alistar, to other champions that aren't necessarily the Braum. But we'll see what direction he wants to go with Braum still on the table, because you would assume Kuden's going.
Yeah, well, like, the interesting thing, right, is that Corky's been locked in now for the Direwolves. Civ is still available and a top-tier 80 carry at the moment.
They said the same thing last game, right? But they just went towards Vayne. And they decided that Vayne was the more apt champion for the situation they were in, and sure, it worked. They've won by 19.5k gold in 26 odd minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So, look, we ain't going to doubt whatever you're doing, Direwolves. That being said...
Lee Sin Rice. Come on. Oh. How dare they go standard?
It is going to be Lee Sin. Braum locked away. So once again, Denian going to try his hand at the Braum. Hasn't found all that much success on the champion, but we'll see whether he can make it work this time around. As once again, the Lee Sin for Cookie. And look, I really like what Spawn brought up on the desk, because this guy does show flashes of brilliance, and we're talking about Cookie, of course. And we'll see whether the flash is going to come in game number 2 here for the Hellions on the Lee Sin, because there's definitely room for outplay. If there's ever room for outplay on a champion, it's Lee Sin.
You never really know what Cookie you're going to get.
That's true.
That was not intentional.
It's brilliant.
Life's like a box of cookies. That was so bad.
What, delicious?
Yeah, they're good. They taste good.
Anyway, they have good Twitters.
Yes, he's got his Lee Sin.
Didn't know
Cookie,
life was so good on social media.
If there was one thing we saw from him last game, is that his willingness to engage is definitely not missing.
Yeah.
It's well and truly there. And they did pick up the Braum away from Kuden.
Well, Direwolves now going to be throwing around a few different champion ideas as Soraka Shen
have
been locked in.
Yeah, that's a thing. That's definitely a thing.
Yes, it is.
Kuden is going to lock away the Soraka, and if we are on the change Soraka, arguably better, I think, is the consensus on the new Soraka opposed to the old one.
Okay.
With the rejuvenation opposed to the flat healer mounts.
Ah, yes, of
It's
course.
different, but still quite strong. And the Shen with it actually defines their team composition already. So have 2 big carries, keep them alive. Just plain and simple, just keep them up at all times. Skirmish around the map. Shen's, if Helion's played the same way as they did last time, Shen is the ultimate pick into it.
Oh, exactly. Well, Hellions now looking to pick up a couple more champions here as Frey thinking about an Ezreal as Bomb's going to collect possibly his Sivir. But Malphite, of course, another champion that's available. It's going to be locked in. Sivir's going to be now picked up. Of course, we spoke about it at length last time around. It is actually going to be gone for here, but a lot of teamfight focus from Hellions.
It's almost entirely teamfight focus. You're right. I mean, mid lane are the only one missing now. Wouldn't be surprised if it continues along the lines of the Rise and they all in commit to that team fighting.
Which would be exciting because Direwolves look to have quite a similar idea with a little bit more, I guess, skirmish focus in the early game, giving themselves a little bit of leeway with that Shen being picked up. But
I mean, whatever their jungler is, though, on the side of Direwolves needs to either have some kind of engage or to just completely disregard engage as an option and just run around the map aimlessly. Or with an aim, but just in 5 different situations and places to kind of cause disarray against the team fighting comp.
Looks like Fantix might be picking up that Corki for the mid lane. Of course, has been the Corki player, but Raze has played it a couple of times, of course, notably in his first game of the OPL, one of his first games in the OPL. I'd have to look back. I actually have the notes in front of me, but they're very, very small, so I can't read it from here. Direwolves are going to lock in the Trundle and the Ezreal here. So Raze back to definite comfort, as it is going to be sharp on the Troll in the top lane. I like this because it's been the bane of his existence recently.
Which makes it a jungle Shen.
Oh, of course.
That's interesting.
It is. Or a jungle Trundle, like who knows?
Yeah, I think Sybil's also kind of revolutionary with the way that he plays AD carries, the things that he does, right? So wouldn't be fooled to see a Shen in the jungle. We have already seen his Poppy. Questionable in terms of his clearing, which again, that means a lane swap is almost imminent for Direwolves in and of itself.
Yeah, very true. But, of course...
Especially with Soraka.
Oh my...
Oh, yes, please.
God, please. It's Malphite Lee Sin. This is the dream.
That is actually, that is the combo for Yasuo.
Oh, and Braum! Oh, he never needs to knock anyone up ever. Because he's got a team built to do it. Ridiculous. Yasuo's going to be locked in. Best game ever. So good. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. It's like the promised land. We've finally arrived. Thank goodness. It's the possibly the last game of the regular season of the OPL.
Well, not including tomorrow.
Yeah, true. I just got really excited. At least tonight. It's the last game for Tuesday OPL night. Oh, and the Yasuo has been locked in. Bomb is going to be taking that one and up against Fantix as well. And if you're going to talk about a matchup, taking Yasuo against Fantix, that's called throwing a gauntlet. If ever there was one.
Yeah, I think Bomb picking Yasuo is a statement.
Yeah.
I think that the team composition works very well around having the Yasuo, to be fair. Could be something that they've had a trick up their sleeve for quite a while with this, and they've only now brought it out.
Yeah.
Why not, you know?
Damn right. Got nothing to lose, Hellions.
But speaking of tricks up your sleeve, Sybil is currently playing Shen Jungle.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big trick up your sleeve. And
most certainly is. Of course, Kuden back to his comfort champion on the Soraka as well. Never going to have that Ezreal dying on the bottom side of the map. Man, that sounds like a non-interactive lane. Just ridiculous.
Oh, it sounds super exciting.
Ezreal Soraka is like the epitome of boredom. Hopefully we never look at the bottom lane as, ladies and gentlemen, if you believe in this Direwolves roster, if you love the things like Shen, Soraka, Fantix doing crazy things on Corki like he normally does, use that hashtag DWN and let us know. Or if you think that Hellions can utilize the Yasuo comp of all Yasuo comps to bring us to a game number 3 in our last match of tonight, use that hashtag HLNWin. If you think we're being ridiculous here on the desk, if you just want to talk about something and want us to know, use that hashtag IamOPL. Use it on Twitter. Let us all know, because I'm really excited to hear what you guys think about this last game, because I'm really, really excited. You may not have got from how we reacted to these team comps.
Yeah, make sure you also tweet at Riot Atlas. Let him know that OPL is still on tomorrow whilst using the hashtag IamOPL. Get it done.
Because I can't believe I forgot. It's Sin Chiefs as well. Like, this is a big match. that, you know, has a lot riding on it. Of course, Spawn and I have predicted the same things as far as that caster predictions is concerned. I think that I am going to be dating an 8-ball. So, I mean, some of that is definitely coming back to haunt me in this final cast of the night. But Direwolves versus Hellions, game number 2, starting now as Hellions now on our red side with the sickest Yasuo comp ever.
And this has to be a lane swap, you would imagine, from Direwolves. They've got the most interesting team composition, I will say, of all time. They've got a Soraka and an Ezreal that I'm not going to say is a lane-defining combination. They've got a Shen jungle, which I would not say I pride on its wave or its clearing of camps.
Yeah.
Or the single target that it has.
I believe when your sword travels to you, though, it does do damage to camps now.
Yeah.
So,
Does-
I mean,
yeah,
at least
look,
that's a thing.
Like, it's not bad, but it's not great.
No.
I think is the best way to describe it. As we are looking at the Keystone Master, is a personal favorite of mine that I will be able to harp on about for about 15 years, but I won't.
Oh, come on,
Is
do it.
Warlord's Bloodlust Yasuo,
Oh,
and
go.
which is a very interesting Keystone Master to take. Grasp of the Undying has risen in popularity on Yasuo, right?
Yeah.
Because you have sustain, but you're also then missing out on the entire ferocity tree, the offense tree as it used to be called, by going for that grasp. So having lifesteal instead is the missing link essentially in that build. Lets you go into 2 offensive items that Yasuo always does without lifesteal. It's basically the perfect Yasuo mastery besides the old Warlord's Bloodlust.
I like it. Thanks, Rusty. And that was succinct as well. I mean, we weren't here for like 15 minutes talking about it, so that's handy. One thing I do want to talk about, actually, is the strength of the Aegis that Ryu's picked up on the top side of the map, instead of going for that Grasp of the Undying.
Yeah.
Of course,
It's not known for its trading capabilities. And saying that, we don't really know where he's going at the moment.
it's decent
He's
scaling.
Just helping with the jungle clear. 2 camps, because he didn't know if a lane swap was happening. It's decent because it gives you a lot of health, right? I think it's 800 gold of effective stats that you get from it when it's fully stacked.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Not including the heal, of course, which, like, in terms of efficiency, I don't know how you correlate that to gold.
I don't know.
Bomb's struggling.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage from his namesake that's being thrown out by Fantix. There's the knock-up, though, as Bomb throws down the exhaust. Fantix taking a lot of damage.
Oh, he
There's
missed.
the flow back. The exhaust comes in, forcing the flash out of Bomb. And so many summoner spells traded here. Fantix holds onto his flash, though.
Yeah, so this is the interesting thing. If they both stay low health, Bomb does still have Warlord's Bloodlust. It's just that if they trade every 30 seconds, Fantix has Thunderlords, and that's where the discrepancy between these two comes out. Don't be surprised if Bomb stays instead of recalling because of the lifesteal he has.
Not to mention the fact that, you know, he does, of course, not have to rely on his mana. So Fantix now halfway through his mana bar. Does have to be a little bit careful there, as Bomb, once again with that shield available, might actually opt into a trade. Fantix only ate one of the biscuits, yeah.
Yeah, so Fantix actually still in control of this lane by having an extra summoner spell. Junglers are the important thing. Look at the Shen's new walk. It's very funny. It's like he's almost falling over.
Well, Cookie's going to find him here. Red buff procs, as he's going to miss everything now that he's standing on that W. Cookie's still fighting. Fantix is making his way in, and it's just 2 1v1s on different fronts. That was weird.
Cookie just placed a ward and then walked the other direction instead of ward jumping. It's like he couldn't make his mind up. Oh, Cookie.
But yeah,
no,
actually,
you're right.
like, it's weird, right? Because he's, like, Cookie's social media is so adorable, and he's just so adorable just in general.
But if you've
that
ever
you imagine
spoken to him,
everything that
yeah.
he does, like, in Cookie ways, and it's just brilliant. Fantix, though, does have to deal with him now as there's the Q. It lands. Cookie trying to lock this one down as Bomb is dashing over the top. There's first blood going to the Yasuo.
Oh,
Cookie
no.
is going to fall in answer. But it is a bit of extra gold going to the Hellions due to the fact that there's an assist, first blood, and all of that sweet jazz. But doesn't have his buffs anymore.
No, Cookie barely falls, though. He lived with no health to his name. I think it was a minion that actually picked him up in the end. In saying that, Bomb gets that first blood, is now actually at an advantage in this middle lane against Fantix. And the way I see it is if ever there was a lane that you want to have an advantage in a Yasuo comp, it's the Yasuo, because you need him to be pretty big. And this is the perfect start to that.
Well, damn right. Hellions. They came out with pretty obvious tactic moving into this series. It's good to see that already they're making the steps to get it working.
But this is like the flash of brilliance Cookie. that we're not used to seeing.
Well, exactly,
solely because, solely because he's looking mid. And he's trying to get bomb ahead. And if he tries to get bomb ahead, this is the composition working effectively.
Well, you can see Fantix, he's made his way back into the lane already. Back ahead in CS. Bomb with a whole host of creeps to pick up. He was trying to pick the juke out of Fantix there with that tornado.
He's been trying to pick the juke every single time. That's the problem. Fantix has stopped juking.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, well, I'm sick of this.
It's interesting because it's a mind game, right? The one time he aimed for the not juke, he could hit him. Could be a level 6 mark then.
Well, you can just see, of course, this lane living up to its reputation. Being incredibly exciting. Am I right? As Bomb,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, takes the Thunderlord's proc. A lot of damage down. There's the knocker. Doesn't have level 6 just yet as he's actually fighting. Fantix moves out of the way.
Has
The phosphorus
exhaust.
bomb, look at this. Lots of damage down as Sybil's going to make his way in. There's the flash. Gets the shadow dash, but it's a brilliant wind wall.
Ooh.
Almost saving his life. Bomb is eventually going to fall. Nice timing from Sybil.
Surprisingly close, though. Bomb ticks over that level 6 mark. And he was looking to ult Fantix to disengage himself from Sybil. Didn't get it. The Q was dodged, so Corky lives one more time. Fantix showing off those mechanics, and Sybil also showing off that he knows which lane needs to be focused. They get one back for Team Direwolves.
Yeah, I like it as well. Bent the shadow dash, showing that he definitely remembers how to play the old Shen. It's been a while. Of course, Sybil's been playing League of Legends for a very long time.
It's one of those things as well, like if you can play Gragas, you can play Shen.
Yeah.
Very similar. I think the major difference is that Shen's flash can actually go over people if you accidentally flash past it. I've seen it happen many times.
Yeah, the E-Flash is a bit more of a confusing one. Of course, there are a few things in general that Shen just doesn't quite do as well. And Gragas wasn't banned.
Cookie loves ward jumping.
He does.
He really loves ward jumping. He's got his tracker's knife and his trinket, to be fair, so wards are going to be placed everywhere, as well as the Wolf Spirit. It's going to spot out Sybil at all times. So getting a lot of good knowledge here, Cookie, I think, working towards at least keeping tabs on Sybil. And given how mid lane is going, I think all he really needs to do is keep tabs on where the Shen is.
Well, you can see Fantix doing very well in this lane now. Sheen built up, building towards that Phage as well as this Trinity Force is well on its way. Bomb not quite towards that static shiv that it looks like he's aiming to pick up. Of course, we have seen a bit of a rise in the old
Phantom Dancer.
Yeah. Or would that be more of a top lane thing? Take us through it, Russ.
It's both. It's definitely both. I think that because he's against a Corki, he wants wave clear to match him, so you would definitely go for the static shiv this time around. If you're against a champion that wants to duel you, so as an example, you're laning against the Zed or something.
Yep.
Phantom Dancer has a lot more merit to it, as you reduce their damage.
Well, we'll see exactly what Bomb decides to go with here. Is it 61 to 53 in that mid lane? Bomb keeping up quite nicely, of course, with that first blood gold helping out. You can see Raze and Cuden just pushing forward. A few woos coming down as Frey able to utilize the spell shield, but I believe Cuden just still got health back. That was kind of cute. Everybody wins. What a symbiotic relationship here. Everyone just getting resource back.
Sorry, I heard you say everybody wins. I was like, do we?
Well, the viewers at home and us, we don't win. As far as laning is concerned, I guess no one wins. It's just
Comparisons
bad
to
news
last
bears,
game
right?
is the only sad thing.
Well, yeah, Cookie's looking for it here as Fantasy's going to get kicked back. Bomb uses the ultimate, but it's a nice Stand United that comes in from Sybil to keep them all alive. Cookie's going to die. Really nicely played from the Direwolves, and it felt like that was planned from the start.
I'll see your Lee Sin kick, and I'll raise you a giant shield that you can't actually get through. Fantix putting down so much damage and supported by Sybil throughout this entire game. This is Direwolves having an answer to the Helion strategy, which is very defined, but they're answering effectively.
Yeah. I just like it. I feel like Fantix is just yelling out medic, and in goes Sybil. He's got the perfect skin for it at the same time as he steals away this blue buff as well. The Shen jungle doing a bunch of work.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a Gragas that doesn't have the incredibly high impact ultimate,
So the cool
but
thing
can
about
just
it-
teleport to you.
Oh my god, he's here as well.
Yep, on the hunt has been popped from Frey. It's a double stun, but Frey uses the spell shield really nicely. Sharp's going to take down Ryu in the meantime as Denian falling down very, very low. Of course, Direwolves' bottom lane doesn't do anything, so they just continue to farm as True Shot Barrage flies through. Corky is going to make his way in. Denian going back, very, very low on health. Frey deciding to stay.
Yeah, Frey needing to stay. You would imagine for some money as the top laners. Just keep in mind, whilst Sharp may kill Ryu, Sharp actually dies. So The desperate battle
Yep.
between these two shooters. That turret range was very long on that last one. You'd feel robbed if you were sharp there, but typical top lane battles.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff there as Ryu has his double Doran's ring building towards that Sunfire Cape as item number 2. I'm a bit sad about it. I would have preferred a Luden's Echo Rush.
And it is the Phantom Dancer for Bob. So he's definitely looking for the dueling item. And whilst I said Static Shiv might be good for the extra wave clear into a Corki, I think the plan is to not let him wave clear, just to run at him.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
Put a couple levels into that E. I think it also works off move speed, and you have more when moving towards people.
Well, you can see Bomb making his way back into the lane. Does still have that W once he's dashing through someone in order to get that AoE. Sorry, the Q. While he's using his Dishy Dashy. Clear
His
things
Dishy
out.
Dashy.
Yep, Denian. Over the top, Ward is going to spot that pink as the Braum is going to help clear that one out. And Fantix now moving up towards the top side of the map. Could be that there's a package delivery waiting for Ryu, who's going to disengage all the way back. Sybils, of course, here as well. They can dive this with impunity, as the ultimate isn't even back yet.
Yeah, Ryu has
Ryu's,
nothing up.
I would hazard a guess that Ryu is just flat out dead. Package is going to stop his escape, and it's all too easy as Fantix picks up the kill.
Yeah, Sybil not even getting in there for the assist. The amount of damage that Fantix is doing on this Corki is obnoxious.
That was depressingly inevitable as well.
Yeah, and they take out Ryu. No answer available for Hellions just yet, but they are pressuring, warding, and working around this bottom lane. I wish them luck, though.
Well,
Shen, I think, has his ultimate. That's just a very weird symbol.
it is. That is most
Who
definitely
knows,
the
honestly.
Stand United. It's Frey's going to move in. Denian getting right up amongst it. The ultimate comes in. Kuden is going to be the focus as they're trying to get him down before the Shen makes it. He's going to get there, but the Soraka does fall as Denian able to escape the turret range. Hellions, they dived the turret and they didn't all die. It's beautiful. As the Dial's looking to try and get something back. There are low health bars here on the Hellions as Sybil
Corki's
just
here.
walking at him. No fear. Frey is going to get locked up as Fantix makes his way in. Frostbomb is going to get spell shielded. Nice use of that one from Frey as the disengage is continuing out of Hellions. Sonic Wave lands onto Fantix and the safeguard's going to get Cookie to safety.
We did
Nice
it!
2 picks. Beautiful work. There we are.
Hellions, they actually dove the turret. Nobody dies, and they take out the Direwolves bottom lane. Effective work, and this is the team composition from Hellions that we were expecting. And this is what happens when the ball gets rolling and they can execute effectively.
And that was Denian starting it up too. And if anyone's going to die to stuff, it's Denian. But not able to
Still has
get.
flash.
He got the double knock up. Unfortunately, didn't get the double last breath, but did get the double knock up and then got out of the turret exactly like he said without having to use his flash. Nicely done.
Yeah, they did very well. Most of them actually keeping the important summoners. Of course, Bomb flashed his way to safety because he was a little bit caught on the other side of that turret. But Hellions, they are, I guess, close to even out the score now on 5-4, but that's not really the issue. The issue is how strong Fantix is.
Well,
And when he has that package, people will die.
I feel like we've told this story many, many times before. Just the issue is Fantix.
I feel like when it's a defined strategy that the team has is just make sure Fantix is massive.
Yep.
We're going to say it a lot.
Yeah. Well, doesn't often stop being exactly what they're looking for. As Fantix still applying a lot of pressure. Gatling gun down is going to immediately get the wind wall out of Bomb.
Still a volatile lane. I think this is another issue, though, that Hellions are currently experiencing. 2 at levels, the difference. Now 1, thankfully, between these 2.
Yeah, but
There's
Sharp
no-
does not look like he's stopping at any point.
There's no situation where Ryu's going to be in control of that lane now. It's essentially the Trundle Nautilus, just a bit easier for the Trundle. And this is one of the major reasons why Malphite's seen a lot less. It's like, yeah, he's really good at killing carries, but can he live in his laning phase where Poppy and Trundle can kill you?
Yeah. And the laning phase is definitely fraught with Poppies and Trundles at the moment, especially from what we've seen tonight. As Sybil is going to be able to close the eye on this Rift Herald over and over again quite nicely. As Fantix is going to come in and help him out. So the Shen very tanky right now. Cinderhawk completed. Ninja Tabi as well as that cloth armor now done at the same time. So the full tank Shen coming out of the jungle will be able to assist the team. And I just really love Shen for the Direwolves, because they love starting off these scrappy fights.
They're a
wherever they
skirmish
can.
team, yeah.
Yeah, so get a Stand United. Make sure that Sybil can farm wherever he wants and always be there with his team. Oh, that was upsetting. Nice Unbreakable from Denian, but they are going to turn this one around. Raze, one more auto attack is going to lock it down as Kudin's going to take all of the focus. Denian doesn't even fall down here as Sybil's going to make his way in. Fantix is going to take down the Brom. It's a double kill as he grabs Frey at the same time. Bomb looking for some kills, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, he's actually dashing around quite nicely. It does fall in the end as Cookie's going to go down in the distance as well. And it's a 4-0 as Dials picked that one up. The second dive, not as successful as the first.
No Malphite this time around, and also Bomb not in range to ult off Cookie's kick. A bit of miscommunication, to say the least, out of this Helion's roster, as is the perfect example. They didn't stun Raze. Raze is just sitting on the side doing perfect damage. Kuden gets kicked into the wall, but doesn't really matter, because Fantix is here putting in work. Of course, Cookie, sooner or later, the man does fall down. Auto attacks, and Lee Sin nerfs. Come back to bite him. Can't shield off wards. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
It's just, again, that was just miscommunication. They didn't opt into the fight at the right time.
It was
Helion's
nicely
bottom lane
played out of
as
Raze as well to avoid getting stunned before the knock-up came through, so it was able to actually dodge out of the way of the Glacial Fissure, which left a lot of damage still on the table for the Direwolves.
Frey also didn't get the last auto attack off.
Yeah, yeah.
So didn't select the right target. I think the call was Soraka. They should have at least stunned the Ezreal before they hit Soraka.
Well, you can see they tried, just unfortunately unable to this time around, as Helion's now just going to group as 5 and see whether they can knock down the front door. When in doubt, OCA round. As Fantix says, well, I'm going to deliver you a package. It will clear out the minion wave and set up Hellions to possibly grab something here. Nice placement of that pillar, but it was a brilliant wind wall to stop the True Shot barrage as Denian's tanking a lot of damage. Sharp as well. Not going to get altered by this Yasuo because, of course, pretty tanky right now. Sybil gets the flash taunt. Denian is going to fall down. Massive ultimate, though, out of the solo laners of Hellions. This could start a fight that they want as the exhaust is going to be enough, and Fantix locks down so much in the backline, and Direwolves get an ace.
And once again, Direwolves, they baited effectively out of Hellions. That was the one engage that this roster needed. The Malphite goes in, followed by the Yasuo. But they don't get the kills after the combo. And this is where Direwolves' team composition reigns supreme. Soraka walks in, says woo a few times, everyone's healed. Shen's got that ulti to keep people happy as well.
13k gold lead, Rusty. Holy crap, Direwolves are on a tear today. They'll grab another pre-20-minute inhibitor in the mid lane. And man, it's just capitalization after capitalization, and they're utilizing this Shen and Soraka so beautifully to just stay alive and bait Hellions into more.
Yeah, I think the major problem as well in this fight is how much damage Denian takes before it actually breaks down. Just outright dies. This is the combo. Wonderful combo. But Bomb doesn't exhaust early enough. In fact, exhausts as he dies, and Cookie's dying wish was to make sure that the Soraka dies, which very admirable, I will say, from Cookie to throw himself at him. Oh, the Q's on.
Yeah, Cookie looking for it here as Frey just flashes over. Stand United, though. Could be the bait situation one more time. Nice knock-up gets Kuden and Raze out of there as Cookie is going to safeguard his way over the top, but this is what the Direwolves comp wants. It's like, try and find a pick, but then hang on, there's 6 people here.
Raze was at half health, gets kicked by Lee Sin, is at full health at the end of the fight. It's just hilarious. And like,
is it hilarious or is it horribly depressing?
I think we go with maniacally funny.
That is perfect.
It's like if the Joker was in League of Legends, it would be the Soraka.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's actually a part of what they're trying to do as a composition. They want Ezreal to take the damage. They want Corki to take the damage to then protect them with the Shen, with the Soraka, and have the Shen get in front of them afterwards and tank. It's also going to be the Rot Portal, I would imagine, out of Shen.
Yeah, it looks like it's what he's going for next time around, meaning that he will be able to affect so many different parts of this map without having to be there. Kind of like a ninja, which is kind of cool. You know, like finally.
Yeah, Shen pretty ninja-like with that Rot Portal.
No, he's a shit ninja. He's such a bad ninja, man. As the outer turret is going to fall down here, Hellions finally managed to crush that one. Super minions have to be dealt with here as Raze aggressively arcane shifting forward. You can see Hellions with
behind.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, goodbye.
Yeah, see you later, Fantix. He is going to be the shutdown for Hellions, but do Direwolves have any more as Denian right in the front line? Sybil, massive as he moves in. Sharp just tanking up so many people. Bomb, he's going to fall down. Denian as well, an afterthought for the Direwolves as they've already picked off 3. Fantix was the focus, but Hellions, they lose 3 for the trade and make that 4. Possibly even 5 as Cookie doesn't have an inhibitor to go back to here in his base.
When you put everything in an AoE composition onto one member of the Direwolves when they have a 13k lead, what does that lead really mean? That's the thing. They still can successfully 4v5. Cookie, last man standing. Nexus, not exactly standing just yet. We'll see how they go defending. Looks like they can.
Yeah, Direwolves are looking to try to as Sybil tanks that turret up for a very, very long time.
Ooh,
but
they could
Hellions,
die.
they've all respawned here as Sharp, looking to try and tank up as much as he can for his team. The Rot Portal here still just spitting out minions, but Denian's going to survive, and Frey's going to grab the kill on the Troll. A bare Nexus is now all that remains here for Hellions in the mid lane. But they successfully
Oh
disengaged.
my god, what are you doing?
See you later, Cookie. It's been really nice. Raze is going to lock you down for another kill for the Ezreal.
He really loves ward jumping. Like, he really loves ward jumping.
Oh, it's a scalpel. Oh my goodness, that's so cute.
Cookie, he is going to fall down. Hellions, they somehow keep this Nexus alive, and the Rot Portal spitting that super hot fire.
Damn right. Denian is going to get rid of it though. Looking forward to the change when it, doesn't take you 15 years and 400 auto attacks to take down a Rot Portal.
Support problems, man.
Damn right. But Ryu still relegated to standing in his base. Of course, this is going to mean that a lot of minions are going to be pushing in to the Hellions.
You know,
this lead is just ridiculous.
at first, I was looking at Bomb's build when he had a longsword after the Phantom Dance. I was like, oh, he's going Trinity Force.
Cool.
And then he's bought himself a pickaxe and a crit cloak. It's like, I have no idea what that is going towards now.
It's going towards an Infinity Edge very, 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 very
I know
slowly.
that's an Infinity Edge. I'm just thinking, longsword? Oh,
Well,
hello.
Raze is going to get ulted. He did manage to Arcane Shift, so created some distance, but there's the ultimate out of Soraka. The Stand United's there. As Sybil stops a lot of the auto attacks. It's not going to be enough to save the Ezreal. It's another knock-up, but Bomb is going to be traded. Fantix now going to get knocked up as well
Fantix
as he's
is in
stunned.
trouble.
He might actually die here as they're piling on top of him. Frey still at full health. Kuden's going to fall. Hellions locked down at 3 for 1, but Sharp's just going to take the base. So that ain't great. Possibly could have just moved in and killed the Nexus as the inhibitor is going to fall on the top side. Cookie is back here finally. And Hellions may actually, Hellions may actually save this inhibitor as well.
Nah, he's going to press R and kill them. Kill Cookie! Get them, Sharp!
Well, once again, Hellions, it's like, well, group, quickly. Oh, Sonic Wave doesn't find the mark and Sharp survives.
Yeah, the inhibitor also respawns in the mid lane, so as the dust settles on the team fights, no inhibitors are dead for Hellions anymore. There's still a Malphite Yasuo Lee Sin composition with a Sivir ultimate to scare the crap out of Direwolves if something were to, yell loudly and hunt people down.
Yeah, it's just a fear factor situation now. You're on the hunt, but really we're just on the run away from you because you're really scary, Direwolves.
This is, I will honestly say though, with an 11k gold lead, 23 minutes, 2 open inhibitors, Hellions still on the back foot, and Direwolves, they just need to re-establish themselves and
Rusty
call the
with
Jets.
the understatement of the century.
Call
As
the
Hellions
Jets.
on the back foot is probably not enough as Frey has to use the heal. He's going to go down though as Sybil locks up the kill. A massive dive onto the inner turret on the bottom side. Nets them the 80 carry and possibly more.
yeah, this will be the 3rd base turret broken. It could very easily be all 3 inhibitors. We'll see what they choose to go towards though. 25 seconds on Frey. Do they take it safe? Or do they take it the Direwolves way?
Oh, it's a decent kick there from Cookie as he's trying to start something in Hellions. Still a death ball trying to move forward, but they're just nowhere near tanky enough. The Malphite evaporated. And Bomb, I think, was there for a moment, but definitely isn't anymore as this bare Nexus is just going to get whacked on by the Direwolves. What a dominant performance from this side, solidifying a potential matchup against Sin if Chiefs manage to take them out. And a possible 3rd place finish at the end of the OPL.
Oh, end the game, guys. Now you're just clowning. Cookie, here we go.
Raze is just doing weird stuff at the Nexus, but is eventually going to be able to take that one down. Congratulations, Direwolves. A fantastic victory after what was a disappointing couple of weeks for the team. That was dominant.
Yeah, they've bounced back in style, Direwolves, and now they're in contention as
Yeah.
the playoffs come around for more than just 4th place.
Exactly.
Very important tomorrow for the Direwolves team.
Yeah, this is definitely a big deal. Of course, the Chiefs, they want to try and solidify the 2nd spot, and Sin, they might have to go up against the Direwolves if they do manage to do that. But for some more breakdown, let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Atlas. What a dominant performance one more time out of the Direwolves. Able to clean up this series 2-0. We didn't expect anything else, but that was in pretty emphatic fashion. Want to break this game down a little bit because interesting pick ban out of the Hellions. You have to say very standard apart from the Shen pick on Direwolves, but I actually like the Shen pick because of the Hellions game style. There's very much roam around, pick on one person. Shen Soraka. Boy, did that wreck that plan.
Yeah, I was going to say that felt almost practice, honestly. And Sybil's just such a strong ganking jungler. Shen is like a very underrated ganking jungler, honestly. Like, you take taunt level 2 if you want to, go into a lane, taunt somebody, get some stuff done. Yes, new Shen's quite a bit different, but the strength that Shen jungle always had is still there. And they threw everything at Fantix for that first kill and just shields and heals everywhere for days. And he was never dying, it felt like, on the Corki.
Yeah, that was effectively executing that composition in motion. The fact that the star, what is the word I'm looking for? I'm
Astral
sick.
Blessing? No, what is a...
The AoE heal that is super
annoying.
Is it still
very
called
balanced.
Wish? It used to be called
Wish.
That's
Wish.
what it used to be called, I think.
It's
It's
got
still
a
called that.
lame name too.
does, yeah.
Okay, so the Wish came down as well as the Shin ultimate, and then the exhaust on top of Yasuo when they tried to dive in. Like you said, it just pretty much countered exactly that comp. But why weren't they ganking Soraka? The thing about Soraka, why you don't see her in competitive play a lot, although she is played in North America a bit by Adrian specifically, is that she's so susceptible to ganks. And so I actually really like her in a lane swap scenario because then you know exactly where the enemy junglers are. But in standardized lanes, Cookie, you should have been all up on that.
Yeah, and you know, the one time they actually did execute very well on this, and I will give credit to Hellions, is when the top lane gank went over onto Ryu. They waited for his respawn perfectly, actually got 2 charges on the Yasuo, executed a very clean 2-for-0 gank in the bottom lane, and then were able to get out with everyone. They just couldn't turn it into any objectives because they were already a little bit too far behind. But that's more of what we expected out of Hellions.
That was for a loss, that was such a great Hellions game because it was very proactive. Like, I love the Yasuo there for bomb. I like that they're pairing with the Malphite. Very simple, very straightforward comp that is, really easy for them to play, allows them to be proactive. They were playing good League of Legends, but Direwolves just maybe a cut above, and Soraka honestly ruining everyone's day. You saw in a lot of team fights where they did start things off on the right foot. When they didn't kill the Soraka, the team fights just went on for too long, then their combo wanted to, and then they would start to fall behind. There was at least 2 fights in memory where Soraka literally ruined the day because they didn't kill her. So comp, great. Execution, not quite there, but still a round of applause for the Hellions for just showing up and playing some good aggressive League.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with that. And maybe, Kuden cementing himself as the best Soraka player in the league, as he did say. As we take a look at the results from yesterday and today, it was, of course, Trident winning 2-0 over Infernum, securing themselves the 7th seed, whilst Legacy took down Avant 2-0 in what was a very close set. Direwolves, in the end, were way too much for the Hellions, who will end their season now in 6th place, avoiding the relegation tournament, but unfortunately not in playoffs. And Direwolves, they are pushing for the 3rd or 4th spot right now. Tomorrow night is the big one. Chiefs versus Sin in a rematch. Sin would love to be able to finish with Chiefs' OPL Legends title. And after that, straight away, we're going to have the OPL show, a wrap-up show where we just talk about all things OPL Split 1 2016. As we take a look at the standing, guys, just to evaluate where everyone is. It is still Legacy, Sin, Chiefs, and Direwolves as now your top 4 guaranteed playoffs teams. But there is a lot of movement that can go around. Avant and Hellions are safe to prepare for next season, whilst Trident and Infernum will head into the promotion relegation tournament against the 2 OCS teams. As we actually take a look at the brackets, and this is what we're playing for, semi-final and Pride. Legacy are locked in as your number 1 seed, 9-1. What a regular season out of that team. Whilst Chiefs, Direwolves, and Sin can all get the 2nd seed. Number 3 and 4 seed are Chiefs and Sin can get 2nd, depending on who wins that game. On the other side, Direwolves can either have 4th if Sin lose, and then they lose against Sin in the tiebreaker, or 3rd if they beat Sin in the tiebreaker there. So it's going to be very interesting all over the board. Watch tomorrow night's game. There will be, most likely, if Chiefs win, a tiebreaker straight away afterwards. However, guys, that is all the time we have tonight. So join us at 7 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time tomorrow for more League of Legends action. But for myself, the analyst, desk, shoutcasters, and our whole production crew, thank you so much for tuning in for our doubleheader night. We'll catch you next week. No, tomorrow.